Chapter 607. Xiao Bao waited for Qian Xiu for a while. Seeing that he still had no reaction, he couldn't help but frown again. He wasn't sure whether this guy who played the Grand Knight Qian Xiu was drunk, or if he planned to do something dangerous after talking to Xiao Bao after getting drunk. Can you use common sense to think about the behavior of a drunk person? Obviously he couldn't. But Xiao Bao wasn't sure if what this guy just said was true. The internet was full of lies and illusions. The trust built was like rootless duckweed. Xiao Bao suddenly had an idea. He quickly picked up the landline next to him and made a call. "Hello, please help me connect to the Internet Surveillance Department." "Okay, I'll wait." "Hello, Daniel. It's me, Xiao Bao. There is an urgent matter. Can you help me? Can you help me check an IP address and see where the address is and who the user is?" "Alas, don't worry so much. It's not a bad thing." "What bad things can I do?" "Ah, I'll send you the information right away." Thank you, thank you. Then I'll wait for your news." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bao stared at the screen, looked at the time and shook his legs. He didn't know why he felt more and more uncomfortable. Finally, the phone rang. "Hello, Danny, did you find it?" "I found it, but it's not in our city." "Where is it?" "Next door, in a county under Jingyan City. The address is—" The owner shows a person named Chen Likun. Xiao Bao copied the information given by Daniu and said, "Chen Likun, right?" "Oh, male, 45 years old." "What? 45 years old?" "Oh, no, I didn't say anything." Okay, I'll treat you to dinner later." Xiao Bao hurriedly put on his shoes and jacket, ran to the parking lot and started the engine. He glanced at the information and frowned. 45. This isn't a big shot, but an uncle, right? He shook his head and drove his own car. He didn't know why he foolishly planned to run to the neighboring city in the middle of the night. It was indeed the middle of the night. It was still early in the morning. Secretary Lon Kai, who was dozing off in the ward, suddenly heard a clanging sound and woke up. He saw that the woman on the bed was looking at him, and there was an overturned cup on the ground. The secretary jumped up. "Oh my God! You're finally awake. I'm going to call the doctor." "Wait and see. Just you wait. It's good that you're awake. There's not much of a problem with your body. You just need to pay more attention to your health." After a brief examination, the doctor looked at the secretary and smiled. It was not easy to be a doctor. His secretary came to him every day, but he also had to work overtime every day. "It's good that you're fine. Thank you, doctor." After the doctor left, the secretary hurriedly brought Ruru a glass of water. Drink some water. Drink some water first." "Why are you here?" Xiao Ro looked at the secretary coldly. How could she not recognize the person beside Lon Kai? The secretary hurriedly said, "Aren't I looking after you? This is President Lan's special order. How can I dare to leave? Look, the clouds have finally parted, and the moon has seen the light of day, waiting for you to wake up." Xiao Ro sneered, "Is that so? I think it's the dark of the moon. Isn't Lon Kai eager for me to die like this, so that he doesn't have to bother?" The secretary hurriedly said, "How can it be? Of course not. You don't know. President Lon runs here every day." He had already pushed away several important project discussions. That day it was President Lon who carried you all the way to the hospital. He didn't even change his clothes. He was only wearing slippers, and they fell off on the road. President Lon was barefoot, and several layers of skin were worn off. President Lon didn't sleep for a few hours these days, and he lost a lot of weight. If it weren't for the leaders in the city going over to guide the work tomorrow, President Lon wouldn't go back if there was no other way. Xiao Ro turned her gaze away and didn't look at the secretary. What this person said was probably 70% true and 30% false, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense about Lon Kai. The secretary still handed the water over at this time. Xiao Ro took it silently and sipped it. The secretary sat down and said, "In my opinion, President Lon is the person who cares about you the most in the world. You too. Why do you have to do this, right?" Xiao Ro glared at him and whispered, "You go out." I'd better keep it. President Lan asked me to stay close to him. Xiao Ro threw the water cup out and said angrily, You listen to Lan Kai, but you don't listen to me, right? Are you going out or not? If you don't go out, I will go out by myself. As she said, she pulled out the needle in her hand and wanted to get up. Don't. The secretary was helpless. If I let you go out here, President Lan will wring my head off. I'll go out, okay? But you promise, don't move. Don't mess around, okay? Get out. I'll get out. I'll get out right away. Outside the door, just outside the door, okay? I'll get out. Wait. Yes. Find me a computer and get some food, I'm hungry. Right away. Immediately. I promise to complete the task. At about 6:00 in the morning, a loud knock on the door woke Chen LeCun up abruptly. He put on his coat and opened the door irritably. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep? Qian Xiu? What Qian Xiu? Who are you? Are you renting a house? Chen LeCun frowned and looked at the guy in front of him, a young man with particularly obvious dark circles. Xiao Bao. Renting a house? Landlord? Xiao Bao scratched his head and took a step back. He looked at the uncle up and down, especially at his legs, and wondered, Are you really not Qian Xiu? Mother asterisk her. Are you kidding me early in the morning? Chen LeCun's eyes widened. No, I'm just looking for someone. Don't be angry. Xiao Bao hurriedly said, It's like this. I have a friend who may be living here. Do you see anyone who has difficulty moving around? Difficulty moving around? Chen LeCun frowned. Xiu? What Xiu? Are you talking about Lan Xiu? Oh, yes, it's Lan Xiu. Xiao Bao nodded wittily. Uncle, I'm looking for Qian Xiu, no Lan Xiu. Who are you to him? The landlord asked suspiciously. Friend. Xiao Bao quickly said, A good friend. Why haven't I seen you before? The landlord still looked suspicious. Xiao Bao said, I just came back because I was out of town. You see, my car is still parked outside. It's still warm outside. I drove more than 100 kilometers. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the record. The landlord waved his hand. No need. That guy is not here for a long time. You don't have to look for him. Ah, not here. Xiao Bao was stunned. If he is not here, how did he talk to me a few hours ago? The landlord shook his head and said, That guy is actually quite pitiful. He is paralyzed. He can't even poop or pee. A few weeks ago, he suddenly fell into a coma while playing on the computer. If not for me, I might have died. Then where is he now? Xiao Bao asked. The landlord said, He was sent to the hospital. Later, we found his brother. You don't know. His brother is a big entrepreneur in the city. He is young and promising. I really don't know what happened. One is in heaven and the other is on earth. They are actually brothers. Strange. Which hospital is he in? Has he been discharged? How would I know? The landlord shook his head and said, The doctor said that he has become a vegetable. Maybe he won't wake up for the rest of his life. If you want to see him, go to the First People's Hospital in the city. Oh, okay. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Bao scratched his hair and walked out. His mind was full of question marks. Rich brother? Vegetable? Infatuated girl? Blue sky? Internet addict? Who chatted with me? Internet ghost? What is this, and what is this? Xiao Bao suddenly shivered. Then he got in the car and looked at the time. It was time to make a decision. At this time he could still go back to work, but if he went to the hospital, well, do you have any other orders? The secretary stood anxiously. Hey, slow down. Eat slowly. Be careful. Let me get you a glass of water. I just reported to my boss, General Manager Lan. He said that when the leader leaves, he will come to see you immediately. Get out. Don't let me see your face. Xiao Ro glanced at her coldly. The secretary had to turn sideways and cover her face. She left the room, silently. But before she went out, she said, Well, call me if you need anything. Call me? A bowl of porridge was suddenly thrown over. The secretary was so scared that she quickly closed the door. She was biting a fried dough stick. Her palm, which was still connected to an foredrip, was placed on the keyboard of the laptop and tapped casually. Dream City, Black Group, 1989. Several games were logged in. Not long after, she closed them. Finally, after hesitating, Xiaorou opened Jade Fantasy. She didn't even know if it was a habit or expectation. She opened these things that were meaningless to her now. System prompt. You have 86 unread emails. Even if there were 86 emails, she still carefully opened them one by one. She was never willing to let herself miss even one success because of irritation and disappointment, even if these emails were from players who wanted to gain benefits from her. Milk God Xiao Bao. When the sender's name appeared, Xiaorou hesitated for a moment. She recalled the incident a few days ago, but she had a feeling that she didn't want to open it. She didn't want to remember what happened that day. Forget it. You scared her. Just apologize. Xiaorou muttered to herself. She said stupidly, if Blue Sky knew, he would definitely scold me for being willful again. Milk God Xiao Bao. Well, there are some things I think you should see. Because it was too awesome, I couldn't help but record it. The situation after you died that day. My big boss seemed to have gone crazy. Xiaorou frowned and subconsciously clicked on a link on the email. In the gorgeous picture, the sword-wielding knight was crazily slashing a monster. Looking at the crazily increasing combo number on the screen, the youtiao that Xiaorou was gnawing suddenly fell down. She moved her lips and opened them slightly. Then her palms trembled a little and stroked her chest. Then she covered her lips with both hands. Blue Sky. Xiao, I'm looking for you. I finally found you. I found you. I found you. She couldn't wait to return to the game again. She frantically bought the server speakers, but she suddenly retracted her hand. Xiaorou nervously bit her nails. No, I can't find him directly like this. He will run away. He will run away like last time. I can't let him know that I found him. I can't. As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. She suddenly hugged the notebook into her arms. I finally found you. This time, I will give you courage. Chapter 608. Xiao Bao did not choose to take a step further. Instead, he rushed back while there was still time. Although he was a person who was used to slacking off at work, it was only his personal habit. When he was needed, he had to be there. This was a matter of principle. After all, without the section chief, a lot of work was naturally put on him. He returned to work before 9 o'clock. He was busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did Xiao Bao have time to return to his office position by holding the wall, like a zombie. Ugh, nausea. After drinking several cans of functional drinks in a row, the result was that his stomach twitched, constantly making him feel uncomfortable. When Xiao Bao turned on the screen again, he did not see Qianxiu this time. He was in a hurry last night, so he did not have time to turn off the phone. The game was hung up. You didn't go offline. Xiao Bao looked at Qianxiu's profile picture, but he thought that since he did not go offline but walked away, that was to say his hard work all night was completely meaningless. Forget it. At least it's okay. It's a human life after all. Xiao Bao shook his head and yawned. At this time he found that his messages were almost overloaded. The other party was 1,000 delicate feathers. Without exception, all the messages were just asking if he was there. Even when Xiao Bao opened the private chat window and was about to reply casually, the other party asked again. It seemed that they had been in continuous contact. Xiao Bao, well, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? 1,000 delicate feathers. You finally appeared. Where did everyone go? Xiao Bao, something happened. I hung up. So what do you want? 1,000 delicate feathers. Are you with Qianxiu now? Xiao Bao thought for a while. Did you see the video address I sent you? Have you seen it? 1,000 delicate feathers. And tell me, where is he? Xiao Bao, I don't know. This big shot refused to receive my message and even blocked his location. I have to wander around the world map to find him. Xiao Bao told Thousand Delicate Feathers about how he found Qian Xiu and finally continued, "It's probably difficult to find him now. I don't think he will come to this town again." Thousand Delicate Feathers. Is his character still there? Xiao Bao, it's always on. Anyway, as long as I'm online, he's definitely there. Or rather, I've never seen him go offline in front of me. He's practically in the tribulation stage. Thousand Delicate Feathers. Next time you find him, you must tell me immediately, I beg you. Xiao Bao, that's not very good, right? To be honest, I feel that this big shot is trying to avoid you. So what if you bump into him? After all, this is just a game. If he wants to go offline, what can you do? Thousand Delicate Feathers. I just need to tell him one thing. Tell him that I only have one thing to say. If he insists, I won't look for him again. So I beg you to help me. Xiao Bao, right? I have a feeling that this big boss is not in a good state right now. System announcement. Player Thousand Delicate Feathers has gifted you 1,000,000 diamonds. Xiao Bao blinked his eyes and calculated the ratio of diamonds to cash with his fingers. He almost rolled off his chair. Damn it. A total of 100,000 yuan was given away just like that. System announcement. Player Milk God Xiao Bao has rejected your gift. 1,000,000 diamonds has been returned to your account. Thousand Delicate Feathers. Please don't reject it, because this is the only way I can repay you. Xiao Bao. Well, maybe you're really rich and this is just a small change, or maybe you're thanking me or something. But I really can't accept it. First, it's a matter of principle. Second, it's also a matter of principle in work. I don't accept these. Thousand Delicate Feathers. You're a good person. Xiao Bao. It's so good to meet you in blue sky. Xiao Bao. Sob, my heart is bleeding. Can you stop giving me the card? After Xiao Bao casually chatted with Thousand Delicate Feathers for a while, he really could not take it anymore and planned to take a nap. As for Lan Xiu's matter in reality, he did not mention it, nor did he ask if Thousand Delicate Feathers knew about it, let alone ask about her past. 1,000,000 diamonds. Why won't I accept it? It's not handsome at all. At night, around 9 o'clock, Lan Group's building. A woman about 27 or 28 years old walked out of the elevator and went all the way to Lan Kai's office. As the leader of the group, Lan Kai naturally did not only have one personal secretary. He usually had 2 other secretaries to serve him. At this moment, the reception secretary sitting at the table in front of the office saw the woman coming and quickly stood up to greet her. Miss Xinhua. This woman was dressed simply with an intellectual smile on her face. Miss Xinhua gently waved her hand and said, "Is President Lan here?" The reception secretary quickly said, "Yes. He just came back with the help of the driver. Today, the leaders came to inspect, and then President Lan accompanied several leaders to eat and go out. I think he drank too much. I saw that President Lan couldn't open his eyes when he came back. Okay, I'll go in and see him." Miss Xinhua nodded. "It's time. You should get off work too." The reception secretary hesitated and said, "But President Lan is still inside." Miss Xinhua smiled slightly and said, "I'll tell him. Besides, you're just working for him, not a nanny. Girls need to give themselves some time." The reception secretary immediately said happily, "Ah, Miss Xinhua, I'm relieved to hear that. Thank you, Miss Xinhua." "You're welcome." Miss Xinhua pushed open the office door and walked in. She looked around and saw Lan Kai lying on the sofa. He had taken off his suit and loosened his tie. His face was red, and the smell of alcohol was coming from him. "Why did you drink so much?" Miss Xinhua quickly walked to the sofa and squatted down. She touched Lan Kai's forehead and said softly, "Lan Kai, are you okay?" "Xinhua, it's you." Lan Kai wasn't really drunk. He slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he rubbed his forehead and tried to sit up. However, he really drank too much. At this moment, he seemed to be weak. Like a patient, he directly rolled from the sofa to the ground. Miss Shinue shook her head and supported Lon Kai. At the same time, she also sat down. She gently put Lon Kai's head on her lap and spread layers of wet tissue on his forehead. Do you feel better? I'm okay. Lon Kai hit his forehead. I'm sorry to let you see me like this. You must be disappointed, right? Something on your mind. Miss Shinue gently combed Lon Kai's hair. You've never let yourself get drunk like this. You said that in this Vanity Fair, people who can get drunk are easy to fail. I'm already a failure. Lon Kai suddenly gave a wry smile. Miss Shinue was startled. After a moment of silence, she said, Because of Ruru? Lon Kai sighed. A few days ago, she cut her wrist in her room. Blood flowed all over the floor. Fortunately, I came in time. Then she is now, Lon Kai said. She woke up in the early morning this morning. I couldn't leave today and couldn't see her. However, when I could leave, I was hesitating whether to see her or not. Shinue, do you know? Ruru and I are like messed up bones in our previous lives. In this life, we've always quarreled and never had a good time. I really don't know how to make her laugh. Don't you think I'm too much of a failure? Miss Shinue grabbed Lon Kai's palm and said softly, You've done well enough. If you do it again, it will become harsh. It's been so long. You still can't let it go. Let it go? How do you want me to let it go? Lon Kai opened his eyes and looked at the face that was close at hand. It was not beautiful, ordinary, but it was worth looking at. If you were me, could you let it go? Pretend that you don't know? I guess I can't accept it either. Miss Shinue also showed a wry smile. Lon Kai looked at the light above his head in a daze and muttered to himself. Sometimes I really don't understand why things have developed to this point. One actually went to commit suicide. The other hated me like an enemy. Did I do something wrong? I didn't do anything at all. It's the two of them who are wrong. They shouldn't. Lan Xiao is really our nemesis. Sometimes I think that if my dad didn't bring him back that day, if he didn't. Miss Shinue said softly, You don't blame people in the past. Lon Kai shook his head and closed his eyes. He turned his body for a long time and buried his head in Miss Shinue's arms. This woman knew this man and cried here, but there was no sound. Tomorrow I will accompany you to see Xiaorou. Lon Kai took a deep breath. Aren't you afraid that she will trouble you? Miss Shinue shook her head. As long as you are not afraid, I am not afraid. With that said, Miss Shinue helped Lon Kai sit up. Let's not talk about it first. I will send you back. You can't stay like this until tomorrow. Lon Kai was drunk, but he took Miss Shinue's hand. He was overbearing but gentle. Don't go anywhere tonight. Just stay here with me. In front of the lakeside in the night, a staggering figure walked over. Qian Xiu's hazy eyes saw a familiar back at the small bridge by the lake. It was the little mage who was fishing, holding the wooden stake on the edge of the wooden bridge. Qian Xiu approached step by step. In the end, he walked behind the little mage. His voice was a little vague. Why are you still at level 4 after so long? Are you sick? The little mage twisted his head and said casually, Fishing doesn't seem to increase my experience points. Qian Xiu frowned. It was the alcohol that made him uncomfortable. He leaned against the wooden stake. His leg seemed to slip, and he sat on the ground with a plop. He simply lay down like this. You don't tell me you have been fishing since daytime? The little mage smiled and said, That's not it. I have been fishing during the day for the past few days. Let's see if we can catch it at night. Didn't you say that you won't come here again? Qian Xiu pinched his forehead and said, I found that I have nowhere to go again. Even if I come to this place, I still have nowhere to go. Just like the trapped monkey. He looked at the little mage. Do you have a place to go? Me. The little mage looked at the bait in the basket and smiled slightly. There are 3 left. I will go back after fishing. So, I won't bother you for too long. But if you still don't want to, I have no problem leaving now. Qian Xiu shook his head and drank the wine by himself. After a while, watching the little mage put the bait on the third fish and threw it out, Qian Xiu suddenly asked, "Elku, do you have a relative?" "Yes." The little mage said softly, "It's almost home now." Will you love your family?" "Don't you love your family?" the little mage asked. "Love?" Qian Xiu lowered his head with a complicated expression, then suddenly looked up, pointed to himself, and said, "Do you know that I directly angered my biological father to death? He was old and had a bad heart, but right in front of me, he was angered to death by me." Qian Xiu stretched out his finger, pointed to his eyes and widened them. "Just like me, looking at me, and then falling down." He laughed and opened his hands as if he wanted to hug something. In the end, his voice seemed to be silent and lifeless. "Then I don't have a so-called father." "So." The little mage nodded and retracted the line of the fishing rod. The last bait was still useless. "Do you know? For the first time in my life, I regret it. For the first time, I feel that I am wrong." "No, no, no. I know that I am wrong from the beginning." Qian Xiu hit the wooden stake with his head hard. "Why can't I die? I think it should be that God feels that the punishment for me is not enough. He wants me to live like a useless person. So, there is the problem of the isolated island monkey." The little mage rolled the fishing line skillfully and glanced at Qian Xiu. "Maybe." Qian Xiu looked at the night sky of this fantasy world. The little mage, who had put away the tools, stood up with the basket, walked past Qian Xiu, and suddenly said, "Later, I thought about this problem again. If another monkey is thrown on the isolated island, will the trapped one come out?" Qian Xiu said in a daze, "Who is so bored to throw one? And another one comes." The little mage had gone far away and then disappeared. Qian Xiu's eyes were tired, and he fell asleep on this small bridge again. When Qian Xiu woke up, the night passed like this. He pinched his forehead and found himself on this small bridge again. Last night, he seemed to have met the fishing guy again. He didn't know what they said last night. Qian Xiu only felt a headache and had no impression. He suddenly felt nauseous and vomited directly here. It seemed that he really drank too much. After a while, Qian Xiu got up with difficulty. "Why did I wake up again? Where can I go now?" Player Milk God Xiao Bao used the server loudspeaker. "Boss, come and save me. I was maliciously piked. Help. They said to kill me every time they see me. Kill me back to level 0. Come quickly." Chapter 609. On the road at the entrance of a mine cave some distance away from Zhongguan City, a strong mount was galloping. Qian Xiu, who was on the seat, finally reined in the reins and stopped, revealing a cold gaze. Of course, such a gaze could not be seen by others at all. Of course, Xiaobao couldn't see it. "Where are the people who are chasing you?" Qian Xiu looked at the surrounding environment, and at the same time he took back the mount and landed on the ground. "Xiaobao, the people who are chasing me? No, I didn't see them. Did they?" Qian Xiu was taken aback, frowned immediately, and said in a deep voice, "Did you do it on purpose?" "Xiaobao, I can't help it. If not, boss, would you take the initiative to find me? But I'm quite surprised that you really came to find me. I thought what I did was useless. 5 loudspeakers. 500 yuan. I'm dripping with blood, ready to throw money into the sea. Boss, I love you." Qian Xiu gritted his teeth, summoned the mount directly, and said angrily, "Xiaobao, you're good. From now on, don't expect me to talk to you again. Delete me as a friend." "Xiaobao, no, no, no. I have my difficulties. 1,000 delicate feathers knows that you are Lan Tian." Qian Xiu was stunned. He slowed down the action of getting on the mount, turned around, and subconsciously said, "How did she know?" "Xiaobao, boss, you finally admitted it." Qian Xiu pulled out his sword and stepped forward angrily. "How dare you lie to me?" "Xiaobao, if you want to kill me, just do it. Anyway, I won't really die. Lan Xiao, go ahead. Qian Xiu's hand trembled, and he said in horror, You, how did you know? Xiao Bao, I not only know that your name is Lan Xiao, but I also know where you live. To be honest, you said some strange things the night before yesterday, which made me very concerned. I asked some friends for help. I used your account's IP address to find your landlord's house and rushed there overnight. Qian Xiu only remembered that when he woke up yesterday, Xiao Bao was standing in front of him, stupidly in the alley. He just thought that Xiao Bao was habitually hanging in place, so he didn't think too much. Qian Xiu was silent for a while. You, why did you want to find me? Xiao Bao, I'm worried that something might happen to you. How should I put it? Just think of me as a sensitive person. Although we haven't known each other for long, how should I put it? I don't know how to say it. In any case, he was just worried, and then he became dumbfounded. Qian Xiu turned his head away. You know about me? Xiao Bao, I know a little. It's all from the landlord. They said that you suddenly fell unconscious in your room and were sent to the hospital. Then they found your rich brother? Qian Xiu was even more horrified. My brother found me? What did he say? Little treasure. Don't you know when you wake up? No matter what, the people in the hospital will tell you, right? By the way, is your body all right? Qian Xiu shook his head and said, I woke up. The hospital didn't tell me anything, so I left. Xiao Bao, forget it. Anyway, it's your family business. I won't interfere. Boss, the reason why I used this method to find you today is to help 1,000 delicate feathers pass a message to you. She said that she just wants to tell you one thing. If you don't like it after hearing it, she will never look for you again. Seeing that Qian Xiu was completely silent, Xiao Bao continued to type. Boss, you can't hide like this, right? Since she said that she wants to end it, then why don't you end it with her directly? Otherwise, if you run to other games, she will keep chasing after you. Is it interesting? Blue sky and 1,000 delicate feathers. Both of you are about to become legends in the gaming world, okay? End it. Qian Xiu took a deep breath. It's time to end it. Xiao Bao, boss, do you agree? Qian Xiu whispered. You ask her to come here to find me. Tell her that I'll meet her. Xiao Bao, right away. This lady has been texting me. The secretary opened the door of the ward sneakily and looked inside. At this time, the nurse who had just finished her work inside also came out. I'm just taking a look. The secretary suddenly smiled awkwardly. The nurse pursed her lips and smiled. Go in? I think the lady inside is in a good mood. How can the witch inside be in a good mood? The secretary just felt incredible, but he still walked in reluctantly. He saw Xiao, who was playing on the laptop on the bed, with a smile on her face. In all honesty, this secretary had been with Lan Kai for a long time. He was stunned and stood there in astonishment. What are you doing here? Xiao turned her head and frowned. The secretary said subconsciously, Didn't I see you smiling? Really? Xiao did not get angry this time, but looked at the screen again. Xiao Bao said that they could meet. She was controlling 1,000 delicate feathers to go to the destination. I'm fine. You can go out. Xiao waved her hand. The secretary blinked. Damn it, this is the most gentle I have ever seen her. The secretary scratched his head in confusion, but he still left the room and closed the door by the way. President Lan. As soon as he went out, he saw Lan Kai walking over quickly from the side of the corridor. He also had a woman beside him. The woman was holding a bouquet of lilies in her hand. Miss Xinyue, you're here too. Miss Xinyue smiled slightly. Lan Kai looked at his secretary, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Finally, he said, What's the situation inside? The secretary said she's awake, and she seems to be in a good mood. She even smiled just now. Really? Lan Kai was stunned. He pushed the door of the ward without thinking. He looked anxious and didn't even look at Xinyue beside him. The secretary hesitated and asked, Miss Xinyue, don't you want to go in? Xinyue shook her head and said, Give them some time alone. Come, find me a vase and let me put these flowers in. Okay, I'll go now. The secretary nodded and left quickly. Shinue held the flowers and sighed again. She sat on the bench in the corridor outside the ward and looked at the door silently. Sharo, you're awake. Lon Kai sighed softly. He tried to walk softly and walked to Sharo. He did feel what the secretary said just now. Sharo was in a good mood. Lon Kai couldn't remember how long it had been since he saw Sharo's face with such a comfortable glow. It was as if she wasn't a patient who had just woken up, but became energetic again. Don't come over. But what awaited Lon Kai was the most familiar, indifferent voice. Her energetic face suddenly returned to its cold stare. Okay, I won't come over as long as you're happy. Lon Kai was patient. Get out. I don't want to see you at this time. I don't want to see you at all. It was still the same cold and indifferent voice that was tinged with a hint of hatred. Sharo, can't we reconcile? Lon Kai's expression was complicated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sharo looked at him with her extremely hateful eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, Even if I die, it's impossible. Sharo, Lon Kai came forward uncomfortably and said angrily, These years I've done everything I can. I'll compensate you for everything I can. No matter how willful you are, no matter what you want to do, I'll do it for you. Isn't that enough? Get out of here. Get out right now. I don't want to see you now. Get out. Lon Kai, get out of here. Sharo, you've gone too far. Lon Kai only felt an uncontrollable anger. He waved his hand and swept Sharo's notebook from a moving table on the bed to the ground. What you've done! Don't you know it yourself? At this time, Sharo got out of bed in a panic. She hurriedly pushed Lon Kai away and picked up the laptop. She looked at it in a panic. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears fell down. She patted the laptop that had a black screen and couldn't be turned on. Lon Kai looked at it, clenched his fist, and suppressed his anger. You pushed me because of such a broken computer? Sharo threw the notebook in her hand at Lon Kai and rushed out of the ward without thinking. Unexpectedly, after dodging, Lon Kai directly blocked her. He reached out and grabbed Sharo's arm and said angrily, You've gone too far. Let me go. Let me go. Lon Kai waved his hand and slapped Sharo's face. The force used directly hit the soft woman to the ground. Lon Kai looked at his palm in horror. He wanted to reach out and help Sharo up from the ground. But Sharo slapped his hand away. He heard Sharo said coldly, Are you done? If you are, can I go out? President Lon. I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it. So what if you didn't mean it? Sharo lowered her head and got up. Anyway, it's not the first time you said you didn't mean it. Does it matter? You still remember. Lon Kai's face couldn't help but turn pale. Sharo looked at Lon Kai blankly, like a body without a soul. Lon Kai, I can't forget. I can't forget that you killed our child with your own hands. It's still in my stomach. How can you do it? Tell me, how can I forget? You still have the face to say our? Lon Kai's eyes were bloodshot, like a lion that had been eating people. Let me go or let me die, Sharo said indifferently. Sharo, what's wrong with you? Shinue saw Sharo walk out of the ward. She had heard the sound inside. At this time, she quickly stood up, walked over, and took Sharo's hand. However, she saw Sharo glanced at her expressionlessly. Shinue subconsciously felt like falling into an ice cellar. She had never seen such desperate eyes. Her hand had been pushed away by Sharo silently. She could only watch Sharo walk barefoot and stagger away with the support of the wall. Lon Kai, you just... Shinue quickly walked into the ward, but saw Lon Kai sitting on the sofa dejectedly, covering his face. I couldn't hold back and finally slapped her a hard slap. Lon Kai said painfully she mentioned the child. Anyway, you have to call Sharo back. She just woke up and is weak. Can she walk out barefoot like this? Shinue pulled Lon Kai up. You can't leave her alone. Only you can't leave her alone. Lon Kai was startled. He nodded silently and rushed out quickly. "Hey, miss, what are you doing? Don't do this." At the nurse's station in the corridor of the inpatient department, the nurse hurriedly pulled the woman, who suddenly walked over, and pushed her away without shoes. "What kind of broken computer is this?" Xiao fiercely smashed the screen, and then walked to another place with the support of the wall. The nurse naturally had to pull her, but she was stabbed in the arm by the pen Xiao picked up from the table. "Come on, a patient is out of control. Come on." The nurse covered her arm and looked at the woman with messy hair holding a pen in horror. Xiao looked at the nurse coldly, which made the nurse's heart beat violently, and she leaned against the wall in horror. But Xiao turned around again. "Computer, where is it? I found Lan Tian. I found him. Why don't you give me a computer?" Along the wall, she walked past the ward. "He is waiting for me, waiting for me. President Lan. Found him here. Xiao, come back. I was wrong. Come back. Don't come over. Don't come over. Go away. I want to find Lan Tian. I found him. I have found him." She stepped on the stairs in front of her. The sky and earth were spinning as if gravity had disappeared. She only felt that the sky and earth were spinning, and the back of her head hit something heavily. Her consciousness began to blur, and her vision began to darken quickly. "He is waiting for me, Xiao. Doctor. Call the doctor." Chapter 610. Like a giant pillar, the white light in the sky slowly poured into this magical, huge mountain. Originally, it was a majestic, snow-capped peak, but because of the preferences of a certain sage-like old man, it had become a wonderland of treasures. The surroundings were filled with dense fog, and it was indeed like a wonderland on Earth. Very cool. It was really cool. He felt like he had returned to the time 500 years ago when he went down the mountain and commanded the wind and moon. This was Taiyinzi's current feeling, and this feeling had continued from the beginning until now. Moving mountains and seas was just child's play, and he could do anything he wanted. As the host of Jade Fantasy, as long as he had the support of the algorithm, this rookie in the club could casually change the rules of the entire world. When the white light pillar completely fell, a man holding a huge battle sword frowned and cautiously walked out. "I am Taiyin, the master of this place. Now I give you a cheat. I give you a treasure. The chosen one. You will become the only protagonist in this world and defeat all the chosen ones. Go." After saying this, Taiyinzi waved his hand at the astonished man and sent him directly out of this wonderland on Earth. After doing this, Taiyinzi clapped his hands. In this otherworldly wonderland, a huge stage suddenly appeared from the ground. Music. However, not long after the Lord God of Taiyin started to break dance, he abruptly stopped. Not only in theory, but in reality, according to the division of abilities in this game world, there were at least 2 other big shots above this Lord God of Taiyin. Master, you ye miss." Taiyinzi's style instantly returned from the sage-like to the terrified look. "I didn't know that Master would come. I deserve to die." Boss Luo sized up this wonderland on Earth and seemed to be quite interested. "Taiyinzi, you're getting more and more skilled in your business." Miss Maid said with a faint smile, "You just waved your hand and sent someone away." It was quite impressive. Taiyinzi laughed dryly. This is all thanks to you, Ye's algorithm and the relationship between me and this world. No matter how awe-inspiring I am, it's all thanks to you and Miss Yi." Miss Maid chuckled. "Your ability to sweet-talk has improved." Taiyinzi lowered his head and wiped his cold sweat. "You two go fishing. Why are you here?" Luochio retracted his gaze and looked at Taiyinzi curiously. "Taiyinzi, you seem to have given our customers a lot of good things." Taiyinzi quickly said, "Master, you see, there are also gifts when you buy things. Little Taoist, I'm doing this so that the guests can enjoy Jade Fantasy better. Look, I've given these guests a cheat. Of course, it's just giving them some treasures. But these treasures are not beyond the game rules. Oh, is there any deep meaning? Luocho asked with a smile. Taiyenzi swallowed his saliva and said, Master, you see, in a world with such a theme, battle is the main theme. Those souls can only become strong after experiencing the baptism of iron and blood and the tempering of time. As the saying goes, a general success is built on thousands of bones. Well, this. Oh no, I can't make it up anymore. What should I do? I am also desperate. I can't say that I can't control myself and get addicted to acting cool, because it is cool to show off as a god king, right? What's this? Miss Maid's mouth curled up again. This. I'm creating a hero for you, master. Oh, hero? Boss, Luo nodded. Go on. Taiyenzi suddenly shivered, and his inspiration collapsed. You see, some of them think they are already chosen by God. Slowly, they find their own mission. Then, in the next big map, they find the goal to fight for, participate in the structure of the world, experience a long period of war, sorrow and pain, and gradually grow, and even strengthen their determination to fight against the world. They save thousands of people from the abyss of suffering and finally become the savior. This kind of hero, this kind of hero's soul. Yes, the hero's soul. Master, you see, is this not a good thing? The boss suddenly glanced at the obedient maid beside him. And ye moved her lips slightly. Master? Taiyenzi was uneasy. Who knew if he would be able to pass the test? That's a good idea. Boss Luo said lightly and left the wonderland. Taiyenzi looked at Miss Maid for a while. You this? Master's words. Can you explain it to me? Hero's soul. Ye seemed to recall something and chuckled. I haven't seen it in a long time. Taiyenzi, you really want to cultivate the hero's soul. Of course. Taiyenzi held his head high and chest out. You're very motivated. Ye chuckled. Then continue to work hard. I won't disturb your work. I have to go back and clean up. Take care. Taiyenzi respectfully sent her off, and suddenly said, Ai, ye, please wait, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Tell me. Taiyenzi stroked his long beard and said, You see, Master has been fishing every day, but he hasn't caught anything. After a long time, he will inevitably feel uncomfortable. How about this? I will adjust a little and let the carp come up by itself. If you really adjust it, Master will feel uncomfortable. Ye shook her head. Just do your job well. Don't do unnecessary things. Take care of yourself this time. The follow-up development of the hero's soul of the King God project is already remarkable. Looking at Miss Maid who left, Taiyenzi patted his chest and sighed. Maybe I won't be tricked this time, right? He suddenly shuddered, then continued to clap his hands and shouted, Music! At the entrance of a mine outside Zhongguan City, Xiao Bao glanced at Qian Xiu, who was standing under the tree in front of the mine for a while. Xiao Bao, boss, did you delete me from your friend list? Qian Xiu looked at Xiao Bao, shook his head, and then said, Do you really want me to delete you? Xiao Bao, no, I just feel uncomfortable with you. So, I'm giving you a way out. Qian Xiu sneered and suddenly asked, Why do you want to help me? Do you think I'm pitiful? Xiao Bao, not entirely. I just can't stand it. You really think I'm meddling in other people's business? No, it should be because of interest. After all, I'm a public servant driven by interest. Qian Xiu was stunned and said with a smile, Oh, could it be that you are a police officer? Xiao Bao, secret. Let's not talk about this topic, okay? I have to leave you with a sense of mystery. Qian Xiu simply sat down and leaned against the tree trunk with his hands as a pillow. Xiao Bao would not see this anyway. To be honest, I really feel that you are quite mysterious. Xiao Bao, you are the one, right? Boss? I'm just a pervert. Qian Xiu said calmly, What's so mysterious about me? I'm also a layman, and a layman who can't control himself. Xiao Bao, boss, are you nervous? Chapter 611. Xiao Bao was taken aback. In his memory, this seemed to be the first time this boss used such a tone to chat, right? Xiao Bao came forward. Don't change the topic. Are you nervous? You are really nervous, right? Right? Qian Xiu snorted coldly. What a chicken! Xiao Bao, boss, I accept such a compliment unreservedly, Qian Xiu suddenly said. I am nervous. I don't even know how to face it. In other words, I still have the urge to escape. Xiao Bao, don't. Boss, please don't. That lady said that if I dare to lie to her, she will greet me with a loudspeaker every day. In that case, I really can't stay in a daze. I can only change my position and play something else. Of course, I can open a side account, but I can still hear it. It's still unpleasant. Qian Xiu smiled a little gently. Yes, she can really do this, only she can do it. Xiao Bao, I smell the sour smell of love. Qian Xiu shook his head. You don't understand. Xiao Bao, there is nothing that love can't solve. If it's not enough, then love again. Qian Xiu rolled his eyes and said, You have never loved anyone. Xiao Bao, boss, don't fool around with friends. Qian Xiu stood up. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Bao, you go back. I want to wait for her here. It should be almost time. Don't worry, I won't escape this time. This is the last time. I can't escape. Xiao Bao, okay, let me know when you are done. I should go to work. Do you have time to continue the mission at night? You have been dispirited for many days. Your level has fallen a lot. The ranking list has fallen beyond 300, right? Qian Xiu said calmly, Level doesn't mean everything. Xiao Bao, okay, you are the king of skills. You are awesome. You are tough. Damn, who attacked me? Qian Xiu was taken aback. He saw that Xiao Bao's chest exploded directly, but he still stood as if nothing had happened. The real Xiao Bao certainly would not feel pain. After all, this was just his game character. But at this moment, Qian Xiu only saw a dazzling white light. His vision suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a hot wave and a push. Boss, are you okay? I seem to be back to the resurrection point after being attacked. Damn it. You wait. I will come back right away. Fuck. This time, Xiao Bao's voice sounded directly in Qian Xiu's mind, which meant that Xiao Bao was extremely far away from him. Qian Xiu instinctively picked up his long sword and released an armor skill at the same time. He only felt a heavy blow hit his body, completely knocking him to the ground. Who is it? Qian Xiu hurriedly stood up, and at the same time he quickly drank the potion to recover his lost HP. You really belong to this place as well. When the white light dissipated, a mage wearing a red mage robe appeared in front of Qian Xiu. The other party's level was 4 levels higher than him. Qian Xiu was currently 37, and the other party was 41. He directly skipped a stage. The man in red robe mage said with a gloomy smile, I just heard the same loudspeaker shout several times, so I came over out of curiosity to see who is so brave to maliciously PK. I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Qian Xiu, I have been quietly observing you since I came here. Those little movements of your limbs can't be done casually, right? Facing the words of the red robe mage, Qian Xiu remained motionless. He glanced at the surrounding environment, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his sword calmly, and said calmly, Since you are also one, then our fight will not end well. In our case, there is a limit to the number of deaths. Aren't you afraid of death? Huh. Are you talking about you? The red robe mage said disdainfully, I have stepped into level 40, but you haven't. Do you know the gap of a large level? Qian Xiu sneered. Even if you can kill me, so what? I still have a lot of times. But if you kill me this time and let me go back to the resurrection point, you'll get a person who keeps attacking you in the dark. The red robe mage laughed and said, It doesn't matter. I will kill you here as many times as you have, until I kill you completely. Qian Xiu frowned and said, I have no grudges with you. Why are you doing this? The red-robe mage sneered and said, Are you pretending to be stupid or you really don't know? Didn't God King Tyene tell you when you reincarnated here? Only the real chosen ones can become the real protagonists in this jade fantasy world. Since the heavens chosen one appears one after another, it also means that only one person like us can remain. I am the only one. Die. A huge magic array unfolded under Qian Xiu's feet. At the same time, a large number of fireballs fell from the sky. Trap Mage. Qian Xiu was shocked and looked at the terrifying and dense magic array on the ground. You! Don't be surprised. The red-robe mage laughed and said, Since I want to hunt you, of course, I am prepared early. I have set up a trap here. You can't escape. A low-level Great Knight, like you can't defend against the power of the trap mage's attack. When the magic array on the ground and a large number of fireballs in the sky converged at the same time, Qian Xiu had no way to let the attack empty his HP. This was not a matter of skill, but he was really in a desperate situation. Just as the red-robed mage had said, it was impossible to overturn the situation with such a huge difference in level, especially under the circumstances of a sneak attack. What could be said? It could only be as the red-robed mage said. He had been decadent for too long, and he had no intention to improve his mind. Naturally, he fell behind too much. 2/3 of death. There was only one last chance to die safely. He felt that his body had been reorganized. The feeling of flesh and bones beginning to grow was very uncomfortable, as if thousands of years had passed. When the feeling of the body recovered again, and the pain passed, Qian Xiu had his sight again, but he instantly felt like he had fallen into a dark ice cellar. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Still here, still in the same place. He did not return to the resurrection point. Is it strange? The red-robe mage said proudly, This is the treasure that Tyene King gave me. Imprisonment space. Here, you can't even use the return scroll. It's simply a divine weapon for killing people in the wild. What? A large number of magic arrays floated on the ground again. The red-robe mage grinned and said, 2 days ago, a video of a player slashing nearly 4,000 combo appeared on the forum of the outside world. It spread like wildfire. I, who was inside, also heard a thing or two. That person is you. I didn't expect to find you when I came over out of curiosity. God is really helping me. I caught a big fish. Qian Xiu, you must have the treasure of Tyene King on you. Otherwise, you can't reach this limit. If I kill you completely, the treasure will be mine. I don't have that kind of thing. I don't want to fight with you. Qian Xiu frowned and cautiously guarded. I have something important to do. Let's stop here. It's not up to you. Red Lotus Hell, activate. Qian Xiu retreated frantically. His body was in the dense attack, and he narrowly avoided the terrifying and fierce attack. Even a touch was enough to reduce a lot of his HP. Moreover, the pain caused by this kind of attack was not as easy to endure as imagined. What a fast speed and reaction! Although the red-robe mage had the upper hand and kept launching the ambush, dangerous attacks, the red-robe mage couldn't help but be secretly shocked in the face of such a great knight who was one level lower than him. This guy's reaction speed is simply terrifying. If this guy were to successfully rise above 40, what entangled in Qian Xiu's eyes seemed to be a big 1. This number represented his last safe death. But within the confinement of the red-robe mage, he couldn't leave. Only by defeating the opponent he could rumble. But in the face of the dangerous attack, he couldn't even get close to the opponent. If this goes on, Qian Xiu was under unprecedented pressure as he looked at the HP potion that was consumed frantically. The skills he was proud of were as weak as a piece of white paper under such a violent attack. Give up resistance. What are you still holding on for? Don't struggle. Struggling will only make you suffer more. The red-robe mage's eyes were cold. You are so desperate. This is your last safe death, right? No wonder you are so crazy. However, your death is destined. Your things will belong to me. I am the final winner of this jade fantasy. Don't come over." The red robe mage retreated in a panic at this time, with a look of horror on his face. Qian Xiao, in front of him, did not dodge. He walked directly to the front of the red robe mage against the terrifying attack. He almost lost more than 70% of his HP. Obviously, it was a desperate attack. The long sword in Qian Xiao's hand burst into a dazzling light. An azure blue brilliance turned into a half-moon arc and slashed the red robe mage's body with the blade. Chi-chi, chi-chi. The sound was continuous. Chapter 612. Chi-chi, chi-chi. This was the sound of the stalemate between the blade and the almost transparent cover in front of the red robe mage. But Qian Xiao still had to bear the damage caused by the trap. He could only bite his teeth and hold on. However, this red-robed mage seemed to be very relaxed. Where was the panic from before? Is it strange? Do you think I can't guess that you will use this kind of injury for injury? Red-robe mage sneered. I'm just teasing you, idiot. How does this blazing sky treasure shield feel? It doubles my defense, plus 600 points of the shield's HP. Before level 45, don't even think about my defense. Don't even think about taking down this 600 points of HP. Trash night. Qian Xiao was hit hard by the subsequent attack. By the way, I'm not afraid to tell you. Red Robe Mage looked at Qian Xiao, who was in pain on the ground, and said arrogantly, "This shield is also taken from another person. Of course, it is people like us." Qian Xiao waved his hand subconsciously, but his palm was empty. All the HP potions had been used up. Without the HP potions, the little remaining HP and the pain all over his body made it difficult for Qian Xiao to continue. The feeling of paralysis attacked his whole body again. He stood up with his long sword, trembling, and stared at the red robe mage. TSK, TSK, you can even use up the potions. You are really tenacious to hold on until now. Red robe mage shook his head. Why? Give up resistance. You don't know how much pain you have suffered. Don't worry, I can kill you now. With that said, the red robe mage waved his hand, and a few overlapping rotating halos began to appear on his hands. He needed to end the battle quickly and kill the opponent while he was still weak. Red Robe Mage did not expect that under a large number of ambushes, this low-level Great Knight could hold on until all the dangers were exhausted. Qian Xiao supported his body with his sword, like a stumbling old man. He walked step by step toward Red Robe Mage. I can't die here, at least today, at least now. A few overlapping halos were still rotating. The red-robed mage couldn't help but frown. Although his trap was powerful, it required a very long time to prepare. At this time, looking at Qian Xiao's sharp eyes, a huge sense of oppression made him take a small step back. But thinking that he still had a powerful treasure shield on him, he was more confident. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't cut through it, even if he wanted to. High risk, high return. He had tasted the sweetness several times already. Seeing that the other party's treasure was about to fall into his hands, how could he retreat at this crucial moment? The red-robed wizard calmed himself down. He was about to unleash his skill. Die. Qian Xiao was still close, but looking at the long distance that seemed to be untenable, less than 6 meters away, his whole body was protesting. At the very least, I can't fall here today. At least I want to. But looking at the several halos that had been shot out, Qian Xiao still couldn't reach the effective release distance of his skills. At least I rumble, rumble, rumble. Smoke and dust billowed around, and Qian Xiao had been completely submerged by the dense trap magic attack. Is he dead? Or no? The red-robed wizard still didn't dare to relax. He quickly drank a bottle of magic potion, and at the same time he was channeling the skill, because he didn't get any prompt of a successful kill. How dare you beat him like this? How dare you beat him like this? Suddenly, a shrill scream came out of the thick smoke and dust. The voice with endless hatred made the red-robed wizard's scalp tingle. He had never heard such a shrill voice. A woman's voice. At the same time, a golden light suddenly shot out of the billowing smoke and dust. It was as fast as a meteor, shooting directly at the red-robed wizard's chest. Chee-chee, chee-chee. It was a snow-white arrow that burst out with bright golden light. This arrow easily tore through all the defenses of the red-robed wizard's treasure shield. It pierced through his body in an instant and directly harvested nearly half of his HP. Ah, ah, ah! The pain of the sharp arrow piercing his heart made his face completely distorted. My treasure shield! Impossible! I drew a bow for 1,000,000. 100,000 arrows. What kind of shield can't be broken? The dust dispersed, and a snow-white unicorn stood proudly in front of him. The unicorn's open wings brought out a golden light shield, which covered Qianxiu at this time. As for the female elf archer next to him, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at him with endless hatred. 1,000 delicate feathers. The red-robed wizard was shocked, and he was suddenly frightened. Who in this area didn't know this super tycoon who poured water in the lottery pool and used the loudspeaker like a machine gun? As the person chosen by the God King of Taiyin, he had the treasure given by the God King. He had great potential for development, but he hadn't been fully developed yet. How could he fight against this huge capitalist force? He recognized the bow in 1,000 delicate feathers' hand. Most likely, the Jade Fantasy players recognized it. Don't do this. I'll go right away. Don't. The red-robed wizard retreated frantically. Confinement space not only confined the other party, but also himself. Killing you 1,000 times is not enough. The arrow that took 100,000 was shot again. This time there was no shield, and the red-robed wizard's HP was directly emptied. He died in a scream, and then he was reborn in the same place again in horror. He faced 1,000 delicate feathers' second bow. A trap wizard with an extremely long casting time couldn't make any response at all. Please. I used it for the last time. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Dash! When the powerful snow-white arrow pierced the red-robed wizard's body again, and when the scream sounded, 1,000 delicate feathers once again knocked the third snow-white arrow. But this time the red-robed wizard was not reborn, but his body fell to the ground and gradually dissolved. After a gray light ball emerged, it quickly disappeared. It no longer appeared. 1,000 delicate feathers didn't look at it at this time. She directly dropped the things in her hand. She flipped her palm a few times, and a lot of medicine bottles with various lights poured out like a flood. Blue sky, blue sky. I don't know which one you want to eat. I don't know which one is the best. Blue sky. You must not die, blue sky. I won't die. Qianxiu stood shakily and said weakly, Are you a pig? HP will recover by itself. It's just a little slower. Where does it hurt? 1,000 delicate feathers didn't care about the scolding and quickly held him. Where does it hurt? Do you know that it was very dangerous just now? What if that guy ambushed other traps? Qianxiu looked at her and said calmly, Didn't I defeat him? I have the ability to. What kind of victory is this? You used money to crush him to death. Qianxiu said angrily, You prodigal woman. You've lost 3 arrows that cost 100,000 each. Just like that. Her eyes were red, and she was sad and happy. You called me a woman again. 1,000 delicate feathers tiptoed directly and blocked all of Qianxiu's words with her lips. Qianxiu trembled as if he was struck by lightning. She shouldn't be able to do this. Absolutely not. And the previous action of supporting him was also for a long time. Xiao Rou, why are you? Qianxiu looked at the woman in horror. 1,000 delicate feathers hugged him and leaned on his chest. I am the same as you now. I don't know what happened. I just know that I saw a very dazzling light. I couldn't think of anything. I only thought of you. I thought I was going to die, but I finally heard a voice. He asked me if there was anything I needed. 1,000 delicate feathers hugged Qian Xiu's arm silently. I said I don't want anything. I just want to be by your side. Then I came here. Are you stupid? Do you know what this place is? Do you know the consequences? Qian Xiu glared at her. You shouldn't have come. You saw it too. The wizard just now. How dangerous. You can come. Why can't I come? I'm different. 1,000 delicate feathers cried, but we're the same now. We're the same. We're the same. We're the same. Here, we are the same. You don't want me this time. Second brother. Qian Xiu closed his eyes in pain. I will wait for you on the tower in Zhongguan City. She raised her head resolutely. If you don't come before the end of today, I will know the answer. Xiao Rou. Chapter 613. When the light in the operating room went out, the doctor who had been resuscitated for a few hours walked out tiredly. Lan Kai, who had been waiting in front of the ward, walked up and grabbed the doctor's arm. Doctor! We tried our best. The doctor shook his head. But the situation is not optimistic. The patient lost too much blood a few days ago now. You have to save her no matter what. Mr. Lan, I understand your feelings. The doctor said helplessly, how about this? Send her to a separate ward first. We will find someone to guard her 24 hours a day. If there is a situation, we will deal with it immediately. Lan Kai finally let go of the doctor's arm. President Lan? The doctor didn't know what Lan Kai meant, so he could only ask hesitantly. Why aren't you going? Lan Kai suddenly waved his hand and roared like a lion. The leader of the Lan group had a domineering aura, which was more deadly than the dead people the doctor had seen. Yes, right away. The doctor left in a hurry. Seeing this, New Moon extended her hands from behind and grabbed Lan Kai's hands. She slowly pulled down the stiff arms in the air. I want to be alone. Lan Kai shook his head and pulled his hands out of New Moon's hands and turned around. He untied his tie and threw it on the ground. He took off his suit jacket and threw it on the ground. His back gradually disappeared. The tower in Zhongguan City was opened recently. The appearance of this tower meant that the game opened the marriage function between players. Many players had already married. However, the players who planned to register today couldn't use the church at the highest venue because the guard said that it had been booked. Who would be so curious as to book the entire place? Most of the players did not intend to spend so much money to create such a virtual thing in such a game. According to practicality, after completing the registration, they were already legal husband and wife in the game. What was so good about a wedding? It was just another meaningless and wasteful formalism, the view of most men. The other view was simpler and more violent, go to hell, the view of most women. But no matter what other people's view was, she was already here. She, 1,000 delicate feathers, was already here, waiting, leaning against a stone window on the top floor of the tower. She looked at the sun climbing toward the west and waited quietly. In his impression, this was the third time Qian Xiu came to this place. The first 2 times he could always get a deep sleep on this small bridge surrounded by water vapor. Perhaps this time, under the influence of alcohol, he could achieve the same result, right? That was what he hoped. He hoped that after he slept, the day would be over. But I didn't encounter the fishing mage today. That's good, because Qian Xiu didn't know how to answer the island monkey's question. Even if he was the one who came up with this problem, half of the bottle of liquor had been drunk on the road. Qian Xiu grabbed the bottle and shook it. No matter how it was shaken, the bottle outside did not change. So what if he regained the ability to move? The past was still there. Lan Xiu Lan. The nurse who had just wiped Lan Xiu's body in the sanatorium's ward pushed the door open and walked out. She saw Lon Kai standing in front of the door, silently. His appearance even made her feel terrified. She didn't know how to describe this young entrepreneur's appearance at this moment. She only felt that at this moment he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. Lon Kai squinted his eyes slightly and glanced at the nurse. The nurse's heart skipped a beat. She only felt that the other party was an ordinary person. It was like a fantasy. So she lowered her head and quickly left with the plate in front of Lon Kai. She walked in 3 steps, but she kept looking back. Lon Kai stood in front of the door of the room, motionless, but he kept looking at her. The nurse was even more scared. She finally stopped looking back and changed to running. She ran away from Lon Kai's sight. Lon Kai finally walked into the room, closed the door of the room directly, locked it, and came to the bedside. He looked at Lon Xiao on the hospital bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He just looked at this brother who was related to him by blood. After a long time, Lon Kai suddenly smiled. It was like a natural reaction of nerves. This action also lasted for a long time. His eyes were always fixed on Lon Xiao's face. Finally he spoke. Do you know? Xiao Rou is lying in the hospital now. Her life is uncertain. You have harmed her again. His voice was quiet, as if he was talking about a simple matter. Lon Kai tilted his head and looked at Lon Xiao's face from another angle. I remember that when Father brought you back that day, she knew I was teaching Xiao Rou to play the piano, and I was reading next to her. Then you came. Lon Kai rubbed his fingers and thought for a while. How should I say it? When I first saw you, you were clean and shy. I felt like you and I were from 2 different worlds. Yes, we were indeed from 2 different worlds. There is no doubt that the impact you brought to us is very big. A person I have never met suddenly became your relative. I think you can't accept it all of a sudden, right? But I know that whether it's me or you, there's nothing we can do about such a fate. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame you and my father for not controlling yourself. By the way, do you remember the summer when you first came? The 3 of us went to the group's resort together? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. There's nothing to talk about now. How can I not remember? Qian Xiu lay on the wooden board of the small bridge. Jade Fantasy's dusk was still orange-red today. Since he walked into this world, he had never encountered rainy weather. Holding the wine bottle, Qian Xiu closed his eyes and poured out his dreamlike words to himself. How can I not remember that it rained that day, and the original plan was cancelled? Later, Xiao Rou cried, You really had no choice, so you let us to sneak out under the driver's nose. We had fun for a day, and we were happy, but the result was that you were scolded by Dad. You were also fined a month's pocket money, and you even caught a cold. Qian Xiu smiled. When he opened his eyes again, the orange-red sky dimmed a little. In my impression at that time, you were a person who followed the rules. You were so impulsive that time, which really surprised me. Later, I understood that it was because you really doted on Xiao Rou. How should I say it? I think I should be a little jealous. Well, it's jealousy. I know you are jealous. Lon Kai still looked at Lon Xiu, turned his head again, and looked at his blood brother from another angle. It's just jealousy. There is no basis, but I just feel it. As I said from the beginning, I knew that we were people from 2 different worlds. But you are like a ferocious and sharp sword, piercing into our world from another world. You have disturbed our peaceful and stable life. Lon Kai shook his head. I am really just a person who follows the rules, and I am willing to be such a person. What's wrong with that? He stared at Lon Xiu, and his eyes gradually sharpened. You tell me, what's wrong with that? But you have impacted our lives again and again. In this family, you rely on our father's blame for you and do whatever you want, just like a devil incarnate. Skipping classes, fighting, smoking, causing trouble all day long, and committing all kinds of crimes. Because of you, our father, who is busy with work, rarely comes home for a meal. More than half of the time is spent educating you, and you are always cheeky. Lon Kai breathed out and laughed. but I just don't understand. You have never done these things in the name of the Lon family's young master. I thought your jealousy came from your childhood, but I finally understand that it is something else. Yes, I understand. Xiao Rose secretly told me, and then I understood. She said that one night she saw you being punished by your father and not being allowed to finish your meal. You stood outside the house all night. That time, she saw you secretly take some sweet potatoes out of the kitchen and roast them with leaves in the yard. As you ate, you cried. As you cried, you ate, looking like a stray puppy. This is what Xiao Rou described. I have never compared people to stray dogs. In my opinion, you are a devil. The sun set. The gate of the tower was still motionless. She leaned against the window and watched the gradually leaving sunlight. She stared at it and whispered to herself, I don't know whether you have a good relationship or not. Sometimes I don't understand. I really don't understand. In fact, I didn't want to learn piano from Sister Xinhue. I just wanted to watch cartoons, but you didn't allow it, and neither did my father. Xiao Rou smiled slightly. You know what? That was the first time I wandered outside the room so late at night. Curiosity drove me out of the room, and the first time I didn't go to bed at the prescribed time. My heart was pounding, scared and excited. I held the plush doll you gave me, walked all the way down the stairs, and quietly opened the door. That night, I ate such delicious roasted sweet potatoes for the first time. I didn't know that the leaves in our yard could roast such delicious sweet potatoes. Why? Xiao Rou shook her head. Finally, the last bit of sunlight converged from the horizon. She said softly, Maybe it's because I snatched it from second brother. If it were you, you would only give it to me, right? He is really different. He is really different from us. You often say that he is a devil or a devil. Have you ever seen a devil get so unlucky? He is not allowed to finish his meal. He is punished to stand outside in the cold, shivering from the cold. That night, second brother told me that he didn't want to come to us. I know you all think I am a devil. You are like this. The workers in your family are like this too. Qian Xiu stood up suddenly, pointed at the sky, and scolded crazily. So what if I am a devil? Am I ruining your lives? Aren't you ruining my life too? What are brothers and sisters? I don't have any. I have only one since I was a child. What are you competing for? What are you competing for? Are you too like the prince and princess in the fairy tale? Why do you have such a good relationship? Why does that man throw me into your family after changing my life? He slammed the bottle on the wooden board, smashed it into pieces, and then knelt down. I don't belong to your world. No matter how hard I try, I can't belong to your world. You are like a knight, guarding your own territory, unbreakable. Ha 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 ha. Qian Xiu took out another bottle of wine, raised his head and poured it, letting the liquid wash his face. I know you are lonely. Lan Kai stood up from the chair and pointed at Lan Xiu with a trembling finger. Your jealousy, your naughtiness, your inferiority, everything stems from your loneliness. Lan Xiu, I tell you, I know it all. I know all of it. But this can't be the reason for you to hurt this family like this. This can't be the reason for your union. His anger even distorted his face. He suddenly grabbed the collar of the unconscious Lan Xiu and pulled Lan Xiu's body up. It doesn't matter if you want to take revenge or destroy it, even if you have 1,000 reasons, but you can't use love. You actually fell in love with your sister, your biological sister. Reason? I don't know the reason. How would I know the reason? I really don't know what the reason is. No one can give me a reason, not even myself. Qian Xiu stood up shakily and held the wooden stake next to him. Yes, there's no reason to wash away any trace of my sin. My life belongs to me. Why do you all use so-called reasons? Don't tell me that if there's no reason, I can't walk down the path I like. Xiao had sad tears on her face. Who defined morality in the beginning? Why do I define Lan Xiao with this definition? Before Lan Xiao, where was the real Lan Xiao? What is blood? Lan Xiao can't choose her own blood. Can't she even choose the person she loves? Just because of this Lan family's body? I'd rather not. Wake up! Wake up if you have the ability. Lan Kai violently slapped Lan Xiao's face and broke his lips, causing blood to overflow from the sleeping man's mouth. Wake up if you have the ability. You dared to elope with Xiao. You could have angered father to death. You could even regret it and have the courage to commit suicide. Why don't you wake up now? You just lie here and don't care about anything. Who do you think you are? Why did you have the courage to elope and not really take Xiao away? Take her away. Take her away. Take her away. Why do you keep her? You must hate second brother, right? If you say that you want to kill second brother with your own hands, I will believe it without reservation. Because I have always trusted you. Big brother, you have known about second brother and me for a long time. But you have been hiding it, right? Thank you. I also want to make mistakes again and again. I really want to. I want to continue being wrong all the time. Qian Xiu grabbed his hair in pain, and his head hit the wooden board of the wooden bridge vigorously. I think every minute and every second, I can't do it. Dad looked at me with desperate eyes before he fell. Xiao cried silently when she hugged Dad's body. I really can't do it. I hesitated. I was afraid. My courage was completely shattered like glass. Why do I exist? Tell me all of you. Why do I survive? Punishment? I accept it. I accept it all. I even came to this world, since we are not from the same world. Then I will disappear from your world completely. Disappear forever. But why can't I? She is here too. Qian Xiu's fingers poked his chest fiercely. For a sinful person like me, she is here too. She is here. Lan Kai, you bastard. Why can't you take care of her? Don't you know Xiao's character? She is here. She is here. If Xiao can't wake up, I will throw you out directly. Whether you are swallowed by a stray dog or run over by a passing car or anything else, you will be left to fend for yourself. Lan Kai sat on the floor weakly. He leaned against the edge of the hospital bed. I only have one sister left. Why do you want to hurt her like this? You are a devil. But I still hate you. Lan Kai, I hate you all my life. I want you to be miserable. Why don't you let me go with second brother? Why did you bring Dad here? She was like a screaming soul. She began to destroy everything in the church on the top floor of the tower frantically. Give me back my child. Give him back to me. You and Sister Xinhua really love each other, right? Okay. I also want you to understand the pain of not being able to be together. As long as I am here, I can make her go out crying if she dares to walk into this door. Lan Kai, I hate you. She knelt on the ground, covered her face, and cried bitterly. Big brother, why do you always spoil me like this? She lay in the ruined auditorium, grabbed her clothes, and said weakly, Lan Tian, why haven't you come to me yet? When Xinhua opened the door of this room, it was dark. She had to turn on the light. Looking at Lan Kai, who was sitting in the corner dejectedly, she also saw Lan Xiu, who had fallen to the ground. Xinhua was taken aback. She subconsciously covered her mouth and rushed to Lan Kai's side. Lan Kai, the driver told you to come here. Lan Xiu, Lan Kai looked up blankly. Xinhua, do you know that I wanted to kill him just now? Lan Kai, I choked his neck with all my might. Very, very hard. Lan Kai knelt up and grabbed Xinhua's palm with both hands. I told myself that it will be over soon. This nightmare will be over soon. It will be over. Lan Kai. Xinhua sighed, hugged Lan Kai's head, and combed his hair. You can't do it in the end, right? I have already made sure that Xiao Rou and Lan Xiu's child can't come to this world. After Lan Xiu committed suicide, I sent him away and told Xiao Rou that he escaped. I thought that Xiao Rou would give up like this. I thought that everything could return to the past, peaceful, But no, I created a nightmare, a longer nightmare. Shinua, tell me, what else can I do? What else can I do? I don't have any family anymore. He only had this embrace now. Chapter 614. Lon Kai gradually calmed down. As the helmsman of a large enterprise, if he did not have a strong will, he would not have survived until today under the sudden death of the previous helmsman. Xinu, will you marry me? I won't accept your proposal like this. Xinu still hugged Lon Kai. Her fingers gently rubbed his skin and his hair, whether it is the venue or the atmosphere. It shows that you have no sincerity at all. That's right. Lon Kai laughed at himself. I'm fine. Xin, you let go of him. Because of trust, she let go of Lon Kai. Then she walked behind Lan Xiao and reached out to help him up from the ground. She seemed to be struggling. Lon Kai looked at her and said, subconsciously, this guy doesn't feel anything at all. Why does he care? In the end, Xinu put Lan Xiao's hand on her shoulder and propped up their bodies. She looked up at Lon Kai and said, even if he is just a stranger, you can't just leave him in the lurch, right? I grew up with you. Am I not the same with Lan Xiao? You always do unnecessary things. Lon Kai frowned, walked to Xinu's side and helped her. The two worked together to help Lan Xiao back to the bed. He did not know if he felt more sorry for Xinu, or, as she said, even if he was a stranger, he could not just leave him in the lurch. Not to mention Lan Xiao, Lon Kai said sadly, go back to the hospital. I should be by Xiao Ro's side at this time. I will accompany you. Suddenly, Qian Xiu missed the small wizard who could persevere in fishing in this place. Maybe it was human nature. When a person was alone, he always longed for some voice to appear around him. It did not necessarily need to be a voice talking to him. The focus did not necessarily need to be on him. What he needed might be another person's soliloquy or a conversation between two other people. Golden Carp King, is there really such a thing? Probably it was an instinctive mechanism of self-protection after extreme pain. The brain circuit automatically switched to some irrelevant questions to achieve the effect of diverting attention. The body followed the thoughts of the brain at this moment and moved according to the instructions of the brain, thus achieving the effect of escaping again. He forcefully opened his hazy eyes. When the alcohol in his body had accumulated to an extremely high level, it seemed that his thinking speed had been infinitely slowed down. Qian Xiu squatted on the edge of the small bridge and looked at the lake below. In the end, he simply sank into the lake. The cold lake water instantly covered the bright starlight of the night sky of jade fantasy. The coolness entered through the nose, sealing off all possibilities of breathing. While his body was burning, he did not seem to feel the true coldness of the lake water. Instead, it felt cool, as if it had opened up a passageway between the hot and the cold for him. He seemed to have forgotten his own death toll, and his frozen thoughts prevented him from remembering anything. In this state of weightlessness, Qian Xiu had an extremely soothing feeling in his body and heart. If that was the case, would he be able to erase all traces of himself? If that was the case, Zhongguan City's bell suddenly rang. On the top floor of the tower, the damaged and messy auditorium had been restored to its original appearance a long time ago. The pastor stationed here was holding his chin with his hand and dozing off on the podium at the front of the auditorium. But the bell rang 10 times, still woke him up. The pastor seemed to be shocked. He opened his old eyes and glanced at the night outside. Then he glanced at the woman who had booked the entire auditorium. She was sitting on a bench below with her hands together and praying to the statue behind the pastor. The bell rang again and again. When it rang 10 times, it stopped. While praying, she suddenly opened her eyes at this time and looked at the pastor. She seemed to be uncertain, so she asked, "Pastor, what time is it?" "It's already 10 o'clock, Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers. Isn't it only 9 o'clock?" She stood up, walked directly to the podium, and looked up. "I only heard the bell ring 9 times. It's indeed 10 o'clock. The pastor said with certainty, "In addition, Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers, regarding the damage you caused to the auditorium, I hope you can give a corresponding compensation after the booking time is over. You're just an NPC designed by someone else. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, believe it or not, I would kill you." The pastor closed his eyes. "You'll be punished if you attack a clergyman. Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers, you have to think carefully." Looking at the pastor's indifferent attitude, her hostility suddenly decreased by a lot. Then she turned her back to the pastor, leaned against the podium, and sat down. She hugged her knees and suddenly asked, "Do you really believe in God, Pastor?" The pastor said, "Science can't prove that something doesn't exist." Xiao Ro was stunned. "You, a clergyman, still believe in the existence of science?" The pastor said, "After crossing the frozen valley and reaching the Gelda Prairie, you can see the kingdom of the goblins. They are a race that is good at using science to create things." Xiao Ro shook her head. "That's right. I forgot that the world setting of this game is both science and theology." "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask you. Then what do you think of ethics?" The pastor said, "Definition 1. Ethics is a discipline that discusses what is good and what is bad, and discusses moral responsibility and obligation. Definition 2. Ethics is a series of concepts that guide behavior. It is a philosophical thinking of moral phenomena from a conceptual point of view. It not only includes the behavior rules for dealing with the relationship between people and society, and between people and nature, but also deeply contains the profound principle of regulating behavior according to certain principles. Definition 3. Ethics is—" "Stop!" Xiao Ro slammed the podium behind her, making a banging sound. "Don't say it! I don't want to hear this kind of information. Sure enough, it's all in white." She couldn't help but laugh at herself. She actually asked a bunch of data designed by a programmer. The pastor suddenly said, "When the great God created the first human, ethics didn't exist. The first human ate raw meat and ate blood, walking according to instinct, no different from beasts. Later, the God gave the first human a standard of ethics, and humans gradually had order. Until now, this world has become so prosperous. That is to say, ethics is necessary, right?" She raised her head, but couldn't see the pastor's appearance. She could only see the mural on the ceiling of the auditorium on the podium. The pastor said needed. Xiao sneered. "Then, if the order of humanity is broken and the world becomes chaotic again, or if the current ethics are no longer suitable for the development of the world, can it be overthrown and abandoned, and then a new ethics and order can be created, no longer limited to the so-called etiquette, the current morality, and the established relationship between people?" She had already stood up, and her gaze was like a sharp sword piercing the pastor's body. But she saw that the pastor stood motionless in the same place. Even his expression seemed to be frozen. She only felt a burst of disappointment. How could these simple data be able to answer this kind of question? Probably to be able to answer needed. It already showed that the programmer was very conscientious. No one could give her an answer. The moment the 11th bell rang in the evening, Xiao Ro silently looked at everything outside the tower. Why did it become so quiet? 11:15. 11:15, 30 seconds to go. Xiao Ro suddenly took a deep breath, turned around, walked to the pastor, and said with a smile, "Pastor, prepare for the ceremony." The pastor said, "Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers, one person can't hold the ceremony." Xiao Ro smiled and said, "No, it's 2 people. There will be 2 people soon." The pastor asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" "Because no matter when, as long as we have an agreement." Xiao Ro shed tears and said, "He will definitely arrive half an hour earlier. It will always be like this." At 11:15, the door of the auditorium suddenly opened with a bang. Qian Xiu, who was wet and panting, looked extremely embarrassed, still grabbed the handle of the door lock with both hands and stared angrily. Her body trembled slightly, and there was no longer the firmness she had a few seconds ago. It was as if all her strength had been drained. She turned around instantly with fear and uneasiness, stood in front of the podium, and looked across the long red carpet. "Are you sick? Why do you have to pick such a high place? The stairs are spiral." Qian Xiu gasped for a few breaths, strode, and walked quickly to Xiaorou. "I knew you would come back. If I didn't come after 12 o'clock, you wouldn't even stay in this world. You would just find a place to end your life, right?" She nodded with a sad and beautiful face. "Does this kind of blackmail make sense? If you don't care about me anymore, does it still make sense to you?" Lan Xiu suddenly held Xiaorou's face and stopped talking. She let it be and didn't say anything. Her gaze was as sharp as a needle and as sharp as a wheat. Time passed little by little, and it was 11:15. Then it was the last 10 minutes of the day. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. After the 12th bell that represented the arrival of midnight rang, Qian Xiu took a deep breath. "Do you know what it means to come here? And you can't be willful anymore. You can't enjoy a good life. You will suffer and even face more dangers. You even have to starve. I put in all my pocket money. 23 million worth of diamonds should last for a long time. Don't worry. I'm not afraid. Why are you always so willful?" Qian Xiu rubbed his forehead. "You have to hand it in. Don't go and buy things again. Don't buy things indiscriminately. I know. Even if you can't see Lan Kai again. You know what? I can't let go of all this. Big Brother can't let it go either." Thousand Delicate Feathers lowered her head and leaned on Qian Xiu's chest. "He has suffered too much. He has always suffered too much. He can only be free when I'm gone. If you hadn't been missing, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Lan Kai is too responsible. He has been the eldest son of the Lan family for 30 years, but he has never been himself. He has never been free. This is not the reason why we can do this." Qian Xiu shook his head. Thousand Delicate Feathers raised her head and looked at the face that she had been waiting for a long time in horror. Her body trembled. He grabbed her palm forcefully and looked at the pastor on the podium. Because under Thousand Delicate Feathers' instructions, the pastor who had started the ceremony did not stop. The pastor, who had already finished reciting the lengthy lines, had stopped at this time. He repeatedly said, "Mr. Qian Xiu, are you willing to marry Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers as your wife?" "I am willing." Qian Xiu gave an answer with certainty. Thousand Delicate Feathers' body trembled even more. Finally, she heard such a sentence. "Miss Thousand Delicate Feathers, are you willing to marry Mr. Qian Xiu?" "I am willing," she said loudly. "I am willing. I am willing." The pastor nodded, closed the scripture on the podium with both hands, and then spread them out. Above the auditorium, 2 rays of light were flashing and turned into a light cluster. They slowly landed in front of Qian Xiu and Thousand Delicate Feathers, and then turned into 2 rings. The pastor said loudly, "Then I, the Father, declare you." But the pastor's words were suddenly interrupted by Qian Xiu. "No, we don't need any blessings. We only marry in the name of sinners. I declare that you are officially husband and wife. Please exchange rings." The pastor smiled slightly. Qian Xiu silently picked up the ring and put it on Thousand Delicate Feathers' finger. "In the name of sinners, we will not get happiness." She also silently picked up the ring and put it on Qian Xiu's finger. "In the name of sinners, even if we can't get happiness, we will be together forever. There will be nothing that can separate us. We are accomplices. We are already accomplices from the beginning." In the auditorium where no one watched the ceremony, the pastor who proved it was just a fictional thing. He even needed to come to a completely unfamiliar world and give up being a human. He kissed her here. The forbidden flower under existing human relations bloomed. Jean gulped. "Milk God! Milk, where are you?" Xiao Bao, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Muscle Kana sighed. I finally understand why you are called the god of cheating. Sure enough, after forming a team once, you don't have to go back and form a team again. Xiao Bao, don't be like this. I also have a long-term partner, okay? Green, Sukumazu curiously said, Damn, is there anyone who is more cheating than you? Xiao Bao, it's quite cheating. I never use voice. I only know how to type. You don't know how tired I am. It's still cool to type while using voice. My hands are free. But I say, although this aspect is worth complaining about, my boss is definitely not cheating. If it's like this dungeon instance, I think these two bosses can defeat it directly. Zhang gulped and said, Who is so awesome? Do you know him? Xiao Bao laughed and said, Probably not for the time being. He went on a honeymoon, although it's only in the game. TSK, pay attention to the milk. Okay. I'm coming. Wait. I'll go away for a while. Damn, he's coming again. Kick this cheating guy out of the team. Xiao Bao could no longer see that his character had been kicked out of the team. He just held a pile of information and hurriedly ran outside the corridor of the office. TSK, do I have to tell you that the two bosses in my family are the legendary tycoons in the game world? What are you laughing at? Thousand Delicate Feathers poked her head out from under Qianxiu's arm and asked curiously, Xiao Bao's email. Qianxiu smiled. Another team was cheated by him. Thousand Delicate Feathers thought for a while and said, And in fact, your underling is pretty good. Those people don't know what's good for them, right? Where are we going next? Are we going to explore the new area as planned? Qianxiu suddenly said, Before that, I want to go to a place first. Where? Novice Village. Wow, there's such a good place. Why didn't I know about it? On the small bridge by the lake, Thousand Delicate Feathers stretched, but Qianxiu quietly looked at the entrance in front of the bridge and didn't speak much. Thousand Delicate Feathers didn't mind. She just looked at Qianxiu's face silently. After waiting for a long time, a young man dressed as a sorcerer walked slowly at the bridgehead, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a basket in the other. Are we waiting for this person? Why is he only level 4? Thousand Delicate Feathers blinked and seemed to find it incredible. Qianxiu sighed and said, He has been level 4 since I met him. He never does anything. He just comes here to fish when he has time. The legendary Golden Carp King's mission. Thousand Delicate Feathers widened her eyes. The one that is said to be impossible to complete. Qianxiu nodded. Thousand Delicate Feathers shook her head. I don't know if this guy is lucky or unlucky. Finally, Little Sorcerer walked in front of the two and smiled slightly. There are 2 people this time? Qianxiu nodded and smiled. I found the answer to the question about the isolated island monkey. Congratulations. Little Sorcerer LQ nodded. Qianxiu suddenly said, Don't you want to know the answer? Little Sorcerer shook his head, walked past the two, and came to the place where he always fished. He sat down and said casually, It's your answer, not mine. It's useless to me. Why is this person like this? Thousand Delicate Feathers asked softly in Qianxiu's ear. Qianxiu shook his head slightly, walked behind Little Sorcerer, and suddenly said, I saw it. Little Sorcerer turned to look at him. Qianxiu said, Golden Carp King, I saw it. It's indeed under the bottom of this lake, probably in a cave in the middle. I know. Little Sorcerer smiled. Qianxiu said in amazement, You know? Little Sorcerer said, Because I tried to find someone to bring the bait down for me before. As a result, he was chased around by the Carp King and died many times. Later, I understood that I could only catch it with a fishing rod. Qianxiu was stunned, then looked at Little Sorcerer LQ. After a long time, he suddenly laughed. Really? Is that so? It's always there. It's always there. It turns out to be like this. The willing ones take the bait. Little Sorcerer also smiled slightly. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? 1,000 delicate feathers was inserted between the two, looking back and forth. Then, like a frightened rabbit, she directly hugged Qianxiu's arm and looked at Little Sorcerer with hostility. She also deliberately showed the ring on her hand. Of course, she did not think that Little Sorcerer would notice. She just did it like this. Qianxiu just smiled slightly and said nothing. At this moment, Little Sorcerer suddenly put down the fishing rod in his hand and stood up. System prompt. Player LQ asks you to inherit the mission Golden Carp King's fishing. Do you want to inherit it? This was the voice that sounded in Qianxiu's mind. He opened his eyes in amazement and moved his lips. Why? Just treat it as your wedding gift. Little Sorcerer smiled and said, Although it is said that it is an impossible mission, I hope you don't mind. What about yourself? After working hard for so long, you suddenly gave up. Isn't it a pity? Qianxiu frowned. Me. Little Sorcerer shook his head. I'm just killing time. If I don't do this mission, there are actually a lot of things I can do. Qianxiu thought for a while and nodded. Then I won't be polite. If I can fall, I will tell you. I'll wait for your good news. The Little Sorcerer left the two, walked out of the bridge, walked through the long mud used to dig earthworms, and then disappeared into the forest. Qianxiu picked up the fishing rod on the ground and looked at it silently. Are you really going to do this mission? 1,000 delicate feathers asked curiously. It's impossible to complete. Just treat it as atonement. Qianxiu gave the answer softly, but after he saw 1,000 delicate feathers' small movements, he couldn't help but frown. What do you want to do? Buy all-purpose bait in the mall as a substitute. Do you still want to catch earthworms? 1,000 delicate feathers said, I really want to catch them with my hands. It's not pixels. It's a bad habit. Brother. Qianxiu knocked her head fiercely. I said, don't buy anything. Hospital, observation ward. Facing the mirror in front of him. Lan Kai quietly looked at Lan Xiao, who was lying inside as if she was asleep. Xin Yue was next to him, folding paper cranes at this moment. Lan Kai suddenly sighed. Xin Yue, do you think she has been unconscious since then? Or is she having a dream of her own? I don't know. Xin Yue shook her head. We can only think in a positive direction. No one knows the answer except for Xiao herself. With that said, Xin Yue, put the folded paper cranes on the table here. There were already a lot of paper cranes here. Lan Kai shook his head and said, The doctor said that she may not wake up in this life. She can't see after you do so much. Isn't it redundant? Xin Yue said with a smile, You always say that I do redundant things. Is it interesting? Don't you always do some redundant things yourself? Lan Kai snorted coldly, I don't. Xin Yue stood up straight and reached out to touch Lan Kai's lips. She sighed and said, The Lan Group is engaged in the production of large-scale equipment. This has nothing to do with the medical industry, right? But since you took over the company, why did you suddenly invest in the medical industry? You even cooperated with the hospital to open such a sanatorium? The company needs to transform. It can't die. Lan Kai shook his head and looked away. Your family is also a business family. Don't you understand this? I'm just a little woman. You really don't understand the principle of doing business. Xin Yue knocked on Lan Kai's forehead. However, why do you want the hospital to focus on the nervous system and even plan to cooperate with foreign countries on another neural prosthesis project? Who told you? Lan Kai frowned and said in a deep voice, Is it Little Li? I will scold him later. His secretary doesn't behave like a secretary. Xin Yue reached out and knocked on Lan Kai's forehead again. She reprimanded. It is because of your overbearing attitude that I am about to become your employee's visiting office, okay? Instead, they came to my piano classroom to complain and feel comfortable. They're disturbing me when I'm teaching my students. Lan Kai wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, he sighed and shook his head. Okay, I will be more careful in the future. Other than being more careful, is there nothing else? Xinyue's face was still tense. Lan Kai said helplessly, Okay. What else is there? Just say it. I will change, okay? Xinyue said softly, You're not that far off. You should let yourself go, right? Lan Kai's body trembled slightly. He looked at Lan Xiao in front of the bed and reached out to the glass in front of him. If I didn't insist at that time, would they be living well in that corner of the world? I don't know. Xinyue shook her head. Lan Kai sighed. After Xiao's condition is completely stabilized, send her to the sanatorium. Really? Xinyue looked at Lan Kai in surprise. Lan Kai nodded silently. Don't let more tragedies happen. Lan Xiao is Lan Xiao's brother. He has to try it too. That's good. Lan Kai grabbed Xinyue's palm and said, By the way, shouldn't you consider marrying me? Xinyue pulled her hand out and stepped back with her hands behind her back. No. Why? Lan Kai asked, puzzled. Now that I think about it, you don't seem to have pursued me properly, right? You've wasted so many years of my innocence. And now you're asking me to marry you with just a casual sentence? How can there be such a good thing? Xinyue opened the door and walked out as she spoke. Lan Kai immediately chased after her. Wait, who said I didn't pursue you? From junior high school to university, I have been pursuing you, okay? Xinyue, let's go to the movies tonight? No want. Xinyue, wait for me. No want. The wind blew the curtains open. In a room in a quiet sanatorium in the suburbs, a man and a woman were lying side by side on the beds. They were all very clean, because they had been well taken care of here. The club's servant girl was changing the vase in front of the window with fresh roses, while Boss Luo stood between the two beds. If the human order is broken and becomes chaotic again, or the existing ethics are no longer suitable for the development of the world, can it be overthrown and abandoned, and then create a new ethics and order? No longer limited to the so-called etiquette, the current morality, and the established relationship between people? The roses spread into a beautiful shape under Yu Ye's hands. Hearing this, the servant girl turned around at this time, only to see Luocio shaking his head. It's quite difficult, this proposition. But the servant girl said, Well, there seems to be the so-called rule of heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teacher in the ancient East. Now the ruler is gone, right? That will be a long time later. Luocio smiled, and then walked to the bedside table between the two beds, putting a small photo frame on the table. Then, I will return the things you left here to you. 2 guests. In the room of the sanatorium, there were only him and her who were sleeping. The wind was still blowing the thin gauze in front of the window, and the roses on the vase were still swaying. In the photo, he and she were intimately hugging each other. Probably no one would think that they were a pair of lovers who loved each other so deeply. Yen. Chapter 615. Lizzie knocked on the door of Ren Xiling's office with a smile. At this time, Subeditor Rin was looking at the screen of the notebook with a ballpoint pen hanging between her nose and upper lip. She was probably worried about writing the manuscript. I don't want to write any more. Lizzie, let's go out. But Sister Rin, the boss said that if you don't hand in the manuscript today, your labor will be deducted this month. Lizzie blinked her eyes. What are you doing here? Have you finished your work? Is this a place for slacking off? Subeditor Rin suddenly turned on her acrimonious mode. Lizzie mysteriously took out a small box and shook it in front of Ren Xiling. What's this? Ren Xiling curiously asked. Medicine. Lizzie sat down. Didn't you say you wanted more during the Golden Week? So I asked someone to get some from my hometown. Ren Xiling shook her head. Oh, I remember. But isn't this medicine too strong? I'm a little scared when I think of old Ma's condition after he fell down. It's too bad for his body. Sister Ren, Lizzie said with a tired voice, now you know how to be distressed? Don't you want to have a grandson? Go away. Ren Xiling waved her hand. Lizzie smiled and said, "Don't worry, I asked the people in my hometown to reduce the efficacy of the medicine. He won't be like Officer Ma. Besides, Luocho is young, so he should be fine." Ren Xiling was suspicious. She blinked her eyes and looked at Lizzie's blinking appearance. She quickly took the small box from Lizzie's hand and stuffed it into the drawer. Then she continued to say acrimoniously, "Why are you still sitting here? Don't work. Get out." Lizzie was shocked by her ability to remove the board after crossing the bridge. She was amazed. "By the way, there's a letter for you." "A letter for me?" Ren Xiling was stunned. She took the white envelope from Rico's hand. After a quick glance, she frowned. After a while, Ren Xiling suddenly took out her mobile phone and was about to dial Luocho's number. But after thinking for a while, she put down her mobile phone and tapped her fingers on the table. She suddenly said, "Lizzie, go and print a leave form for me. I may need to take a few days off." "Possible? Sister Ren, what happened?" Lizzie asked curiously. "Just do as I say. Why are you asking so many questions?" Ren Xiling urged him with a wave of her hand. "Today's harvest is quite rich." When they returned to the entrance of the club, Luocho lifted the shopping bag in his hand. For some reason, Boss Luo was always very fond of discount days in the supermarket. Of course, most of the things they bought were just ingredients and spices. Yes. At the same time, Yi pushed open the 2 pine doors in front of the shop. But she found a Black Soul messenger was waiting in the lobby. Of course, it was not Taiyinzi. He was probably still enjoying Jade Fantasy. It was Black Soul number 18 who was waiting. "Greetings to Master and Miss Yi." The black-robed emissary greeted him with her ear-piercing voice that would give anyone goosebumps. Luocho nodded and walked to the counter. He rolled up his sleeves and packed up today's harvest. "Number 18, what's the matter?" Black Soul number 18 glanced at the critical door in the corner of the lobby and said, "It's disrespectful to Master that I didn't come back, so I came back to pay my respects." "Really?" Luocho nodded with a smile. "Have you been back for a long time?" "A while." Black Soul number 18 nodded. "Sit down, don't stand." Luocho pointed to the front. "What have you been busy with recently?" "I've been following up with a potential customer." Black Soul number 18 said quickly, "I believe he will become a customer soon." "Master, do you want to read the information first?" Luocho shook his head. He cut a piece of fresh lemon and put it in his mouth. He frowned. "Well, it's too sour." "Number 18, do you like lemons?" "Master, it's okay if Black Soul doesn't eat." Number 18 shook her head. Luocho smiled and said, "That's a lot less fun. You have to learn from Taiyinzi. He knows how to live well." "Yes, yes." Black Soul number 18 was a little stunned and nodded. "I heard that this newcomer has done well recently." "Not bad." "Master, I actually want to exchange something with you this time," Black Soul number 18 suddenly said. "You can directly find Yi. You don't have to report it to me." Luocho said casually, "By the way, I'm going to cook today. Do you want to stay for a meal?" Black Soul number 18 shook her head. "I'll leave as soon as I finish the exchange." "Well, next time." Luocho waved his hand. After Black Soul number 18 left, Miss Maid returned to her master. "Master, number 18 asked for the information of an ancient Egyptian language that has disappeared." Luocho smiled faintly. "As I said, you don't have to report it to me." Yi said, "Number 18 is a black soul with good performance, but she hasn't handed in the white card for a long time." Supervising and reminding Black Soul messengers was one of the duties of Miss Maid. She even had a very strict attitude in this aspect. She may have her own plans. Boss Luo smiled. "No matter what, number 18 has existed longer than you and me. She should know it in her heart." Miss Maid nodded. Everything was in accordance with her master's wishes. She only supervised the work of Black Soul, but served her master here. "Don't say this. Boss Luo waved his hand and put the salmon bought from the supermarket into a plate. I'll leave the rest to you. My knife skills are not as good as yours. Okay. All the lights in the apartment were turned on even in the daytime, but all the curtains were closed. An elderly foreign man was holding a document in his hand and pacing back and forth in the living room. His brows were furrowed as he thought about something. In the middle of the sofa, a young man was sitting. The young man's appearance was almost the same as the foreign old man. Of course, it was not because they had any blood relationship. The reason why they looked similar was that they were slovenly. Wang Yuechuan and Professor Chui Fo, who came from Australia to interpret the strange book in his hand. At this time, unlike Professor Chui Fo's frown, Wang Yuechuan stared intently at the coffee table in front of him. On this coffee table, a flat square of black cloth was spread. At this time, Wang Yuechuan took a deep breath and opened the small bottle next to him. It contained some white powder. These powders were ground from crystals that could be bought on the market. Wang Yuechuan poured the crystal powder on the bottle into his palm. Then he clenched the powder and began to slide it from his fist, little by little, on the black cloth on the coffee table. He used the powder to draw a strange pattern, little by little. In the end, Wang Yuechuan even took a small knife and cut his finger. His expression became more focused. He squeezed his cut finger hard, and the red blood dripped on the black cloth drop by drop. Chapter 616. At this time, with Wang Yuechuan's voice, the crystal powder sprinkled on the black cloth gradually reacted. They quickly absorbed the blood dripping on it, and then turned into extremely fine particles. Then they floated up one by one. These red particles began to float in front of Wang Yuechuan from the black cloth without any physical external force. They seemed to be attracted by something and gradually gathered in midair. The blood-stained red crystal powder accumulated in the air gradually grew, and a sandman-like shape gradually became clear. Wang Yuechuan's expression even changed from concentration to nervousness. He watched the shape of this thing without blinking. Finally, when the last powder also gathered together, the shape of this little person finally took shape. Wang Yuechuan's eyes flashed with joy, but it didn't last long. The floating crystal powder piled up in front of him dispersed in an instant. Like quicksand, it scattered directly on the black cloth of the coffee table. Wang Yuechuan frowned and kept staring at the coffee table in front of him in silence. Professor Trevor next to him stopped at this time and glanced at him. "Wang, you failed again." Wang Yuechuan shook his head and sat up. He seemed to be a little depressed. "I have done it according to the content you interpreted. I am sure that there is no mistake in any step, but there is still no way to complete this magic." Professor Trevor said, "This Book of the Dead is too mysterious, Wang. I am not sure whether my interpretation of the content is correct. Even the pronunciation of the spell is mostly guessed. It is not necessarily accurate. Besides, regarding the casting material, I think it is also a factor that must be paid attention to. After all, I still know too little." Wang Yuechuan shook his head. He stretched out his hand and opened the curtain behind the sofa a little. A beam of sunlight pierced in, and Wang Yuechuan frowned subconsciously. Only then did he remember that he hadn't left this apartment for a week. The last time he went out was to pick up the literature materials and buy food sent by Professor Trevor's students in Australia. His life suddenly changed dramatically since he met Professor Trevor at the airport that day, deciphering the ancient and mysterious magic recorded in the Book of the Dead. While the supernatural power was impacting Wang Yuechuan's existing knowledge, it was also reshaping his understanding of the world. It was a pity that Professor Trevor's interpretation of the Book of the Dead was so slow that until now, he still couldn't complete the simplest magic recorded in the Book of the Dead. However, he no longer doubted the authenticity of the magic. Even if the magic could not be completed, the miraculous nature of the process was enough to prove its existence. After all, Professor Trevor had not started to interpret it for a long time, and this Book of the Dead was obtained from Chao Yu. Wang Yuechuan could not even guess how long it had been since Chao Yu had the book, but it was clear that Chao Yu knew more and could even use many of the spells recorded in the book. The question was, what was the real reason for Chao Yu's death when he was able to use such a miraculous magic? What was the reason for his terrified expression before he died? Professor, is there any news from your side? Wang Yuechuan looked at Professor Trevor at this time. My students are already helping me find records that match the period when this Book of the Dead appeared, but I'm afraid it won't be so soon. Professor, Trevor said helplessly, Wang, you have to know that the truth buried in history is not something that can be found casually. As for you, as a public official in this country, is it really okay for you not to go to work? I've already informed them. You don't have to worry about this. Just interpret the content of the Book of the Dead properly, Wang Yuechuan said calmly and stood up. I'm going to take a shower. But he extended his palm to Professor Trevor. Professor Trevor looked reluctant, but finally handed the Book of the Dead in his hand to Wang Yuechuan. Wang, didn't you just take a shower in the morning? Wang Yuechuan didn't answer. He walked into the bathroom with the Book of the Dead. He had been carrying the Book of the Dead with him. He could allow Trevor to hold the book under his nose, but he wouldn't let it really out of his sight. Professor Trevor narrowed his eyes until Wang Yuechuan had entered the bathroom. He glanced at the powder on the black cloth after Wang Yuechuan failed to use the magic. Then he paced back and forth in the living room again with his hands behind his back. There was no doubt that his cognition was also greatly impacted, like Wang Yuechuan's. He could interpret some of the knowledge in the book, but what he revealed to Wang Yuechuan was less than what he interpreted. At this time, Professor Trevor's laptop on the table suddenly rang. It was an email for him. The professor glanced at it curiously, then hurriedly ran to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Wang, my student said that he found someone who can decipher the text. The next moment, Wang Yuechuan, whose hair was wet, opened the door with a towel wrapped around his lower body. Where is it? It's in this country, and it's still in this city. Wang Yuechuan ignored Trevor's ecstatic look. His keen intuition made him feel that this matter wouldn't be as simple as a coincidence. Wait for me, I'll leave right away. Wang Yuechuan nodded and returned to the bathroom. When he walked out again, the stubble on his face had been cleaned. What made Luochio curious was that Ren Xiling, who came back at night, didn't look like a defeated dog. She slumped on the sofa as soon as she took off her shoes, and then stretched out her hand like an evil feudal landlord. After Ren Xiling slumped for a while, she suddenly said, Kid, what did you leave for me tonight? Sashimi. Oh. Ren Xiling didn't rush to the table as usual. Instead, she reached out and pinched her shoulders. She suddenly looked at Boss Luo and said, Kid, can you massage my shoulders? So Boss Luo stood up and threw a small hammer used for massaging shoulders on Annie Ren's stomach. Sub-editor Ren didn't sigh and lament with tears and snot as usual. Instead, she grabbed a small hammer and tapped it on her shoulder. She stared at the ceiling like this. No one knew what she was thinking. Luochio frowned. What's the matter? The small hammer in Ren Xiling's hand stopped. She looked at Luochio and suddenly said, Kid, do you want to go back to your hometown? Hometown? Luochio sat down. Ren Xiling also sat up straight. Today a letter from your hometown was sent to my office. It was your uncle who wrote the letter. He said that there is an old man at home who is dying. He asked if you want to go back and see him. Luochio was silent for a while. Why is the letter sent to your office? And it's a letter? Ren Xiling shrugged. They don't have your phone number. We don't live in the old house now. As for the letter, who should I ask? Anyway, I haven't changed my phone number. I don't believe that they don't know about it. Although she said so, Luochio naturally knew that Ren Xiling knew about it by looking at her appearance. Since Ren Xiling had a showdown with her relatives in her hometown 3 years ago, they hadn't contacted each other until now. If it weren't for the old man at home who was seriously ill, it would probably continue to be like this. Who is it? Your uncle's mother. Ran Xiling sighed and said, I heard from your father that your grandparents passed away early. Your father was taken care of by this aunt since he was young. You can say that you have repaid her kindness. So, I think it's reasonable for you to go back to your hometown. I've already written the leave request form. When do you want to leave? Anyway, you're on leave now. There shouldn't be anything urgent, right? Chapter 617. Wang Yuechuan and Professor Cui, FO, rushed to an old bookstore. It was the type of bookstore that sold books downstairs while the owner lived upstairs. Professor Cui, FO, was eager to try. He couldn't wait to walk into the bookstore immediately. It seemed that the old bookstore with the mark of time had infinitely increased the hormones in the old professor's body. Or if ancient classics and the like could be found somewhere, such an old store seemed to be very convincing. Excuse me, is there anyone here? Wang Yuechuan opened the door and walked into the bookstore before Professor Cui, FO. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. The bookstore was closed, but it was not locked. Only the dim light inside shone out. The rows of bookshelves in front of him were filled with all kinds of books. The smell of the books mixed with the smell of the damp air. Wang Yuechuan saw a woman in her 40s or 50s dozing off on the counter on the left. Wang Yuechuan glanced at Professor Cui, FO, then he tapped on the counter twice. He was suddenly awakened by the dozing, middle-aged woman. She was a little frightened and seemed to look at the two people in front of her. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Are you the lady boss here? Wang Yuechuan said bluntly, We are looking for a book. As Wang Yuechuan said, he took out a note. Look at what is written on it. Is there such a person here? Oh, you mean that book. The lady boss suddenly realized. Are you looking for it? Lady boss, you know this book? Wang Yuechuan asked seriously. The lady boss said very casually, I don't know. This is what my son told me. He said that he saw someone posting something about looking for this book on the old book website. Wang Yuechuan hurriedly said, Then your son is now. The lady boss said, he went to get the goods. Otherwise, I wouldn't still open the door now. Oh, I remember. He found the book. Wait for a moment. Soon after, the lady boss took out a worn hardcover book from the cabinet behind her. Look, is this the book? Professor Cui, FO, pulled it out directly. Then he quickly flipped through a few pages anxiously. The speed of flipping increased, and he didn't speak. Wang Yuechuan frowned. Is this the one? Professor Cui, FO, then said, Yes, this is it. The professor who wrote the book was a famous linguist in the 18th century, but because of the war, many of his works could no longer be found. Even if it was this book, it should have been reprinted many years ago, and the print run should be very small. I was under the impression that there was an original copy of the first edition hidden in the British Library. I didn't expect to find a printed copy in China. Your Majesty, your country is truly a magical country. Wang Yuechuan and Professor Cui, FO, communicated in English. The proprietress didn't seem to understand at all. She kept looking at the woman. At this time, Wang Yuechuan just quickly asked, Then is this book useful for your interpretation work? Professor Cui, FO, was overjoyed. Yes, of course there was. With it, I estimate that the deciphering speed will increase by at least 3 times. No, at least 5 times. Wang Yuechuan nodded and looked at the lady boss. Lady boss, this book is what we're looking for. We'll buy it. Name a price. How about 3,000? The proprietress suddenly said. Wang Yuechuan nodded without saying a word and took out his bank card. But the proprietress suddenly said at this time, I remembered wrongly. My son didn't say this number. He said 5,000 yuan. Wang Yuechuan frowned, but he didn't stop. He just said indifferently, I've thought about it. 5,000 is 5,000. Lady boss, you've really thought about it. The proprietress swallowed subconsciously. Yes, I've thought about it. 5,000. Okay, I'll pay by card. Wang Yuechuan nodded. He deliberately used this kind of tone to test the boss's wife. But in the end, this was the typical face of a normal citizen. Maybe it was really just a coincidence. The Book of the Dead almost destroyed his previous cognition. Then the next proposition came. If there were supernatural forces in the world, then was there such a saying? Okay, sign it. The proprietress said with joy, Sir, do you want to leave your phone number? I still have a lot of old books here. It's a big deal for my son to find old books. Next month. I heard that there will be another batch of good goods next month. I'll introduce them to you when we arrive. Let's talk about it later. Wang Yuechuan signed, then took a business card of the bookstore directly from the counter. Then he led Professor Trevor and left the bookstore quickly. Take care. The proprietress sent the two out of the door and waved her hand enthusiastically until the two figures were completely out of sight. Then she turned around, closed the door, and sat back on the counter. Her body lay directly on the table and fell asleep directly. A wisp of black smoke quietly emerged from her body. The black smoke condensed in the air. Soon after, it rotated and turned into a black shadow. The black shadow floated quietly above the bookstore, looking at the direction where Wang Yuechuan and Professor Trevor disappeared. It whispered gloomily, Hurry up and become a magician. I like magicians the most. The black shadow quickly disappeared, leaving behind only the faint, sharp, and ear-piercing laughter of the old witch. In the car, Professor Trevor couldn't wait to start reading the ancient book in the front passenger seat. Wang Yuechuan looked at his infatuated expression and remained silent. His phone rang at this moment. Wang Yuechuan glanced at it and answered after thinking for a while. This was a call from his superior, his direct superior in the provincial bureau. Yuechuan, you haven't slept yet, have you? Wang Yuechuan said, Professor Zhao, what's the matter? You've been transferred there for almost 3 months, right? You haven't reported to me for a long time. Recently, I heard that you seem to have some problems, and you often don't come to the bureau over there, right? Wang Yuechuan said directly, This is the case, Professor Zhao. In fact, I've been planning to report to you recently, but there's a special situation here, so I haven't had time. Since you called directly, then I'll report it. Okay, tell me, what's the situation? Professor Zhao, I've been investigating something recently, but there are no substantial clues at present. What? Do you smell the smell of a big case again? Professor Zhao, about this, I can't say it now. But please believe me, okay? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Yuechuan, I know you are a good comrade. You have always done things well. Well, I'll wait for you to give me a complete report. But, Yuechuan, work still needs to be done. You still have to thoroughly investigate the matter that the Provincial Bureau asked you to investigate before. Professor Zhao, I know. I'll do my job well. Well, it's not early. You should rest early if you have nothing to do. When you come back, I'll ask my wife to make some crabs for you. By the way, there's still half a bottle of Mao Tai waiting for you at home. Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. You're going back alone. Ran Xiling stood up suddenly and stared at Luochio with her eyes wide open. Then she sat down with her arms crossed and frowned. I don't agree. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luochio said calmly, You may cause trouble if you go there. What do you mean by I may cause trouble? Ran Xiling opened her eyes wide again, but when she saw Luochio looking at her and looking at the peaceful smile on his face, her heart suddenly softened. Well, you've grown up, but if there's anything and those people in your family want to find fault with you, tell me immediately. I'll beat them to death. Didn't you already beat them up once in the private room of the restaurant 3 years ago? The way he looked when he threw away those contracts, and the way he looked now was still the same. Luochio said softly, You eat first. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 6:18. Luochio's hometown was not a place that could be reached by plane. When he was very young, he followed his parents back to their hometown to worship their ancestors. They took the bus from the airport and then the minibus in the town. But now the high-speed railway had been built here, but the minibus between the town and the town was still there. They set off in the early morning. When they got off the bus, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although buying directly from the club could save them from the fatigue of the journey, Boss Luo still went there in the normal way. It was his cousin who came to pick up Luocio at the town's bus station. Because they had been living separately and rarely visited each other, Luocio had little impression of this cousin. He remembered that he should be born 3 years earlier than him, and his name was Luo Zhang. His uncle also had an eldest daughter, who should be about 35 years old. Oh, speaking of which, we really haven't seen each other for several years. I remember the last time I saw you was 3 years ago. For years ago? At that time, you were not as tall as my shoulder. Now you are so big. Are you in college? Luo Zhang was a capable young man who had some small wholesale business. The minibus that picked up Luocio this time was the tool he usually used to transport goods. He was quite enthusiastic, perhaps because they were both young people. A lot has changed here. Luocio looked at the road outside. Luo Zhang's speed was almost the same as Rin Xiling's. The wind that came in always smelled of soil and fertilizer. The country has developed here. Luo Zhang smiled, which was a smile of satisfaction with his current life. He was also one of the beneficiaries of the country's development. By the way, do you want to eat something? I have some spicy sticks. Do you want to eat? Luo Zhang showed his big yellow teeth and became more enthusiastic. I just got off the bus. I don't want to eat now. Luocio shook his head. Luo Zhang was stunned and then said, Luocio, are you carsick? Do you want to take a break first? There's a small shop in front. I'll get you a bottle of water. Wait for me. With that said, Luo Zhang stopped the van and hurriedly ran into the small shop on the roadside. After a while, he came back with a box of mineral water. Luocio had no choice but to help open the van door. Wait, there are 3 more boxes. You bought so many at once? Luocio asked curiously. Luo Zhang chuckled and said it's a discount. Since it's cheap, I bought more. It's also convenient to leave it for the workers to drink. I'll save as much as I can. Just wait, it'll be done soon. Let me help you. No need, no need. It's nothing. Luo Zhang was still smiling, looking a little silly. His curved eyes looked like the eyes of a guppy looking up from a clear river. Students are not used to this kind of rough work. I'm not that weak. Luocio only smiled. However, he was still polite. Regardless of whether it was Luo Zhang or him, he was still polite. This was probably how it felt when a distant relative returned. However, Boss Luo liked Luo Zhang's guppy-like eyes. After setting off again, Luo Zhang began to talk about some daily topics. Luocio had some general impression of the people in his hometown. This isn't the way to the hospital, right? Luocio looked at the road signs on the road and asked curiously. Luo Zhang sighed and said the old lady didn't want to stay in the hospital. She said it was expensive. She argued and went home. In fact, it's really not that difficult. The policy has been passed. There's already public medical care. But she didn't believe it. She argued and had no choice but to come back. Wait, I need to answer the phone. Luocio nodded. Brother-in-law, I need to pick someone up. This. Well, you wait, I'll take a detour. Luo Zhang looked at Luocio after hanging up the phone. Brother, I'll take a detour. Who's the brother-in-law you just mentioned? Luocio suddenly asked. It's my sister's husband. Oh, it's normal that you don't remember because they divorced long ago. Luo Zhang said casually. Right, if you are tired, you can sleep for a while. There are pillows in the back seat. It's very comfortable. Well, I'll take a break. Luocio closed his eyes in the back seat. After a while, Luo Zhang's car stopped on the side of the road. Luo Zhang glanced at Luocio from the rearview mirror. He didn't open his eyes, so he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. There was a man in his 30s waiting here on the side of the road, carrying a lot of things in his hands. Luo Zheng. The man saw Luo Zheng get out of the car and called out. However, Luo Zheng quickly walked over and pulled the man away. The man glanced at the van thoughtfully and asked, "Is there someone in the van?" "There's a guest. He fell asleep. It's not good to wake him up." Luo Zheng nodded. "Why don't you stop buying things? I know your environment. Don't waste the money. Keep some for yourself." "It's okay. It's just some nutrition. It's for the elderly. Just accept it." The man tried hard. "Zheng, just say it's from your friend." "AI, brother-in-law, I really don't want it." "How much have you brought these days?" "I can't finish it." "The things?" "I'll leave the things here. I have to work. I'll go first." The man quickly put the things on the road and ran away. "Sister." Luo Zheng watched the man go away and finally shook his head. He looked at the pile of things on the ground and helplessly carried them to the car. But when he opened the door, he saw that Luochio had woken up. Luo Zheng was stunned and smiled awkwardly. He lowered his head and stuffed the things into the back seat. On the way home, Luo Zheng talked about the man. The man's name was Wei Taisetsu. He was a troublemaker. When he was young, he didn't learn good things. He mixed with a group of people and lived a muddle-headed life. How do I put it? I don't know why my sister fell in love with Taisetsu. Luo Zheng shook his head. When they were together, there was a big fight at home. She thought that after getting married, she would be more mature. But in the end, troublesome things happened again and again. Troublesome? Well, Luo Zheng shook his head. I'll tell you directly. My ex-brother-in-law is a regular in prison. Over the years, he had been in prison 5 times. Prison was like home to him. He just got out the year before last. I heard that he committed some crime recently and was locked up for a few days. Do you understand now? Boss Luo nodded. Luo Zheng was still driving. Actually, it's good to get divorced early. Otherwise, my sister will probably have to live a hard life. How is my cousin now? Oh, she remarried. Luo Zheng chuckled. Her current husband is a junior high school teacher. He's very nice. Oh, by the way, you should be able to meet him in a few days. I'll introduce you then. Let's go back and see Grandma first. Luochio whispered, I have time later. I have to go back to the old house to tidy it up. I'll stay there for a few days. How many years has that house been empty? Luo Zheng shook his head and said, How long will it take you to tidy it up? Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Your brother built a new house a few years ago. There's a place for you to live. Luochio said, I can't just come back and ignore my old house. You're right. Okay then, I won't force you. Luo Zheng was still smiling. Go home, go home. The old lady will be happy to see you. You don't know, but she's been talking about the past more and more recently. Something about when she was young. A lot of capital began to pour into the town. The rapid development was not in harmony with the town's ability to bear. However, it was undeniable that the capital had brought a lot of business opportunities to the town. Naturally, there were more jobs. For example, there was clearly a lot of demand for construction workers. Wei Taisetsu climbed over the wall and tied his jacket to his body. He put on a safety hat and hurriedly picked up 2 buckets of water. Wei Taisetsu! Someone suddenly shouted behind Wei Taisetsu. It was one of the foremen of the construction site. Foreman, what's the matter? Wei Taisetsu turned around and put down the buckets in his hands. The foreman said angrily, Wei Taisetsu, do you still want to work or not? Where did you die just now? Wei Taisetsu said, My stomach wasn't feeling well. I went to relieve myself. The foreman sneered, Relieve yourself? I think you're slacking off. Wei Taisetsu, someone saw you sneaking out. I also clearly saw you climb over the wall. You actually dared to lie to me? You've always been so dishonest, haven't you? You only know how to talk nonsense, right? Wei Taisetsu panicked. Foreman, I'm sorry. I had an emergency here. Really? I promise I won't do it again. The foreman shook his head and pointed with his finger. Wei Taisetsu, I'm telling you. I know what you are. If not for the lack of manpower here, I would rather move bricks myself than hire a casual worker like you. Listen up. Know your place. Don't do anything sneaky. Otherwise, don't expect anyone to hire you in the nearby construction sites. You're slacking off today. 80 points deducted. Foreman, I just went out for a while. Do you still want to work here? Yes. Foreman. Wei Taisetsu nodded. I know. I won't do it again. I won't. Get to work, the foreman shouted. Wei Taisetsu silently picked up the buckets and turned to leave. Chapter 619. Because of his work, Luocchio's father settled in the city, where he lived early. But at the same time, due to the residual system of some towns and villages and the unclear countryside, Luocchio's family's house in his hometown was still there. It was a rather old, 2-story brick house. The left rear and back were simply pasted with cement. The side of the rear door was pasted with small square tiles. The houses next to it were the kind of mud houses called old houses. As for the newly built houses in the village, they were on the other side of the village road, facing these old houses. The young and the old were separated by an Iras road. They were not far away, but they faced each other. The old woman insisted on living in her old house. Late autumn passed early, and the weather became cold. The adults had no choice but to buy some small heaters. They did not think that they could really drive away the cold. They just thought that it was a good thing to drive away the humidity in the old house. When Luocchio saw the grandmother, she was half awake, drinking the rice soup fed by her relatives. This was the only thing the old woman could eat at the moment. The person feeding the old woman should be Luoccio's uncle's wife. The aunt said in front of the old woman that Luocchio was back. The old woman did not respond. She just babbled something. She wanted to say that she wanted to eat more. Luoccio's uncle was smoking outside the room. He looked very tired. Luocchio, you have seen it too. She doesn't recognize people now. The doctor said that there are only a few days left. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, or even suddenly. He did not finish his words. He just took a puff of the cigarette that had burned to the end. It almost burned to the filter before he threw it down. Then he lit a new one. He looked at Luocchio and said, "If you want to go in and see her, go in. If you are tired, you can rest first." Luocchio nodded and walked into the room. He called this Grandma Xiaochun. His aunt made way for him, so he took a look at Grandma Xiaochun's appearance. The aunt wiped the corners of Grandma Xiaochun's mouth with a handkerchief. She wanted to eat, but it seemed difficult for her to swallow. "Sigh, I actually had a gastrectomy a few years ago. I thought that stomach cancer would be cured, right? But a few years later it relapsed. Now, no matter what I eat, I will vomit it out." Luocchio reached out and held Grandma Xiaochun's palm. It was as cold as a piece of ice and even a little stiff. "Grandma Xiaochun, I am Luocchio. Do you still remember me?" The internal organs of her body had been weakened to the extreme. Her lifespan had really come to an end. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. The natural cycle was changing in Grandma Xiaochun's body. She can't hear anything. The uncle's wife shook her head. "Let me do it." Luocchio said softly and took the bowl of rice soup from her hand. "Don't dirty you. She will vomit," the aunt suddenly said in a low voice. But Grandma Xiaochun could swallow it this time. Mouthful by mouthful, he gradually looked satisfied. The aunt looked at this scene in amazement. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last saw the son of her husband's cousin. Luo Zhang was also a very filial child, but he couldn't do this kind of thing. The aunt subconsciously compared the two children of the same generation. This room seemed to have unknowingly become less stuffy. Even though no one was talking, the feeling was different. It feels like a somewhat magical child. The aunt thought subconsciously, "It's too late. Why don't you rest at my house tonight?" After visiting for the time being, the aunt pointed to the new house across the village road and said to Luocchio, You haven't stayed in that house for a long time. It's not good to tidy it up at night. These days are not long. You might as well stay at my house. We are family. It's good to talk." Luaccio glanced at the new house opposite. In fact, the lights were turned on early. He could see people walking inside. It was just that he didn't see anyone coming. In this kind of village, every family closed their doors at night. The lights inside the house were very bright, even illuminating the village road. But at the same time it was very quiet. Even if there were watchdogs, the dogs were just wandering with their heads down at this time or squatting on the ground. No one knew what they were looking at. In the countryside, or as the old people said, the dog's eyes could see more things than people. He said, "It's okay. I will just do it casually." "That's fine. If there is any inconvenience, just come and knock on the door." The uncle nodded directly at this moment, and then gave Luaccio a flashlight. "But the power switch is broken, and it has not been repaired. The electricity should not be used. The water should still be usable. Why don't you stay at my house? I'm not afraid of the dark." Luaccio smiled. "It's not a problem of the dark, it's—" The aunt hesitated, but the uncle glared at her. But since his aunt had said so, his uncle could only glare at him and helplessly said to Luaccio, "Everyone says that your house is a little dirty. I haven't lived here for so long. Naturally, it is not clean. Isn't this normal?" Luaccio smiled. "It's not this." The uncle lowered his voice. "They all say it is haunted. Where is the power switch? I kind of forgot." Luaccio suddenly asked. The uncle was stunned and shone the flashlight over. It was under the eaves of the house. Luaccio walked over, opened the cover, and pushed the power switch. The small light bulb in front of the house directly lit up. "Strange, this is obviously broken." The uncle looked at his wife in surprise and frowned. "I tried. It can't be turned on at all." Luaccio said, "If there is light, it should be clean." "Okay, then." The uncle and aunt did not continue to force it. In their opinion, a child like Luaccio, who grew up in a big city, would naturally not believe anything. Of course, they were not superstitious about these things. It was just that fear was innate. As time passed, there would always be some taboos. Moreover, the village was really quiet. They soon returned to Grandma Xiaochun's house. They pushed the door and walked in. Their pace was a little fast, and the speed of closing the door was also a little fast. Luaccio shook his head, opened the door, and called Run Xiling. Run Xiling asked with concern, "How is it? Did your relatives bully you? I remember that there is an uncle in your house. He is very rude, and his words are very unpleasant." Luaccio said, "What strange things have you imagined?" "TSK, you treat my conscience as a dog's lung," Run Xiling muttered, and then said, "Right. How is Grandma Xiaochun in my hometown?" Luaccio opened the door and turned on the light as he spoke. "Almost. I heard that it happened in these 2 days. Life and death are unpredictable." Run Xiling sighed. Luaccio said, "Why hasn't there been a power outage in the house here for so many years?" Run Xiling said casually, "Oh, when your dad was still alive, he had been paying the electricity bill. Anyway, no one lived there later, and the electricity bill was not very expensive, so I didn't stop. Ai, have you eaten?" "I have eaten. I will tidy up the room first. Let's talk later." He looked at the ceiling above his head and said, "Some very subtle sounds were coming from upstairs. Normal people probably wouldn't be able to hear it. Okay, do as you see fit. I still have to work overtime for a while. And don't eat instant noodles." Luaccio said one last sentence and turned off the phone. Luaccio closed the door behind him. His eyes were still staring at the ceiling above. Although the lights were turned on, there were a lot of cobwebs in the house that had not been lived in for a long time. Entering the door was the living room. Next to the living room was the stairs to the second floor. When Luaccio climbed the stairs and came upstairs, he also turned on the lights in the corridor here. There were only 3 rooms upstairs. One was the house of his grandparents who passed away early. One was where his father lived when he was a child, and the last one was for storing some miscellaneous items. At the end was the utility room. Judging from the sounds that could be heard downstairs, the location was in this room at the end. Luaccio walked to the door of the utility room and put his hand on the lock of the room. It seemed that he did not intend to twist it. He just stopped here. The lights in the corridor had not been used for a long time. Maybe it was because of the poor connection. At this time, the lights were flashing. They would not suddenly turn off, but would light up and then dim, and make a kind of electric current sound. After a while, Luaccio took back his hand. He did not directly open the door, but gently knocked on the door. Dong dong, dong dong dong. Dong dong. Chapter 620. Tick-tock. A crisp sound suddenly rang out from the room, as if something had fallen onto the concrete floor. It was the sound of glass beads rolling. A small glass bead slowly rolled out from the dark room through the crack of the door. Tick-tock. This time there were more than one ticking sound in the room. Then, one after another, green, blue, or colorful glass beads began to slip out from the crack of the door like eyeballs. Some of them were even bouncing, rolling, and slipping right under Luaccio's feet. Luaccio glanced at it, then leaned over and picked up one of the glass beads. He glanced at the crack of the door. A face was staring at Luaccio at this time. It was only a very small face, and the sparse hair was tangled messily, like a dark green sea lily growing by the sea. The eyes were huge but not symmetrical. The left eyeball had even peeled off, hanging on the face like it was broken. There was no way to find the nose of this face, and the cheeks were even broken open. The wound looked like it had been scratched open by something. What was squeezed out of the uneven wound was something soft that was dyed gray. Luaccio blinked and reached out to grab the small face. His palm was big enough so he could even grab the exposed face with one hand. The black door and the crack of the room could not stop Luaccio's next move after grabbing the head. Luaccio directly pulled it out and looked at it under the flashing light. So this thing is still here. Boss Luo kept it in his hand, but it was just a shabby rag doll that could almost be thrown away like garbage. Looking at the quiet crack in the room, Luaccio said casually, "When I was a child, I came back here once, and this little guy fell somewhere. Grandpa and Grandma were still around at that time. I think they found them after I left." There was still no movement from inside the room. Boss Luo crouched down and picked up the scattered glass beads one by one. He suddenly said, "Are you not going to come out?" A deep and sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Aren't you afraid?" Luaccio said indifferently, "This is also my home. What should I be afraid of? Or should I say, what are you afraid of? It's not good to scare people like that." There was a long silence in the room before the voice spoke again. I didn't know someone had returned. I'll stay here for a while. Don't worry, I definitely didn't touch anything in this house. I'll leave now, but please don't call the police. Please believe me. Aren't you going to eat?" Luaccio suddenly asked. "What?" "Well, actually I can't cook now. If you don't mind, you can go downstairs and eat." Luaccio smiled and said, "The smell is coming out. Your instant noodles are probably going to be burnt." The door of the room was suddenly opened and the light was turned on. The person who was really hiding naturally appeared in front of Luaccio. It was a man about 35 or 36 years old, about the same size as Luaccio, Wei Taisetsu. You really won't call the police?" Wei Taisetsu didn't really go downstairs. At this moment, he was sitting in the utility room on a small plastic stool. He was holding a bowl of Kong X pickled cabbage instant noodles. The noodles were already rolled up on the fork, but he didn't eat. Instead, he looked at Luaccio in surprise. Luaccio looked inside the room. A rectangular piece of paper was placed on the floor. Next to it were some clothes. Next to it was a small bag. Inside the bag was some rubbish. On the opposite side was a small kettle. Attached to it was something that looked like a car battery. Next to it were several bottles of mineral water. There was also an empty can of 8 Treasures kanji on the floor. It was used to store cigarette butts. The curtains of the only window in the room were pulled open slightly. A row of new houses could be seen across the village road. Luocho shook his head and said, "Actually, there is no need for that." Wei Taisetsu was shocked and said in disbelief, "But I didn't ask your house." Luocho said, "Coolly, houses are meant for people to live in. Other than that, I can't think of any other use for a house. Besides, didn't you say that you didn't touch anything here? You didn't touch anything before I came back. After I came back, you shouldn't touch anything, right?" Wei Taisetsu looked up and said in shock, You really believe me?" Luocho said calmly, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be staying in this junk room." Wei Taisetsu did not reply. He just lowered his head and ate the instant noodles in big mouthfuls. After he finished eating, Wei Taisetsu even drank the soup before wiping his mouth. "I heard that there is only one child left in this house. She lives in the big city and hasn't been back for a long time. I thought there was no one here, so I stayed here temporarily. Don't worry, I will leave in a while." "It doesn't matter." Luocho shook his head and said, "I will stay here for a few days. After that, I have to go back. If you don't touch anything else here, it doesn't matter if you stay here. Also, the electricity is connected. Do you want to take a bath?" Wei Taisetsu looked at the young man in his early 20s in disbelief. He had no idea what was going on in the other party's mind. How could he be so polite to a stranger who had broken into his house? "Won't you feel uncomfortable?" Luocho said with a smile, "After working for a whole day, won't you feel uncomfortable?" Wei Taisetsu suddenly stood up. "How do you know I worked for a whole day?" "Your body is so dirty. If you didn't work, what did you do?" Luocho shook his head and said, "Don't worry. They know I'm back. Now that they are bathing with the lights on, it won't be strange if they make any noise." "What kind of person are you?" Wei Taisetsu looked at him silently. It had been a long, long time since he had met someone who could speak to him so politely and politely. "What about you?" Luocho asked back, "You have heard about my family. That means you are from this village?" Wei Taisetsu glanced at the small gap in the curtain and sighed. "My name is Wei Taisetsu. If this was before, I think you would call me brother-in-law. Luo Zheng told me about you." Luocho nodded. "When he brought me back today, he mentioned it. So the guest he picked up was you." Wei Taisetsu was stunned. He and this young man had already met before. It was just that they hadn't met face to face. Wei Taisetsu's lips moved. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, "Then you know me. Luo Zheng must have told you everything about me." "In general," Luocho said, "but no matter what, you should have said that you would be able to find a place to stay, right? You have a job." Wei Taisetsu lowered his head and took out the wrinkled, soft pack of cigarettes. He only took out half of it and looked at Luocho. "It's okay." Luocho opened the window directly. Wei Taisetsu thought about it and stuffed the cigarette box into his pocket. "I don't actually come here often." Wei Taisetsu looked at the lights of a row of new houses outside the window. "I just came to see the child. My ex-wife would come back here with the child for 1 or 2 days every weekend. I usually come here for 1 or 2 days." Because of Grandma Xiaochun's matter, Luocho's cousin took a leave of absence and came back with the child. When the old woman's time was up, her grandchildren came back one after another. "I'm going to see if the appliance for boiling water can still be used." Luocho suddenly smiled and said, "You should prepare. Since you are here, you are a guest. As the host, I naturally have to entertain you." "You don't have to," but Wei Taisetsu seemed to be unable to stop the actions of this young man. Luocho left the utility room and went downstairs. Or he suddenly wanted to be treated like this. The visitor is a guest. Wei Taisetsu looked out of the window silently. He suddenly shook his head and muttered to himself, "This guy is more courageous than me when I was young. Why didn't I scare him?" Only then did he take out his cigarette box again and light up a cigarette. Then he dug out a cheap pair of binoculars that could be bought for around 10 yuan from the pile of clothes. He leaned against the windowsill and didn't reveal his entire face. He just stood there diagonally and stared blankly at the figures moving about in the opposite house. After a while, Wei Taisetsu's phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down at the caller ID on the phone. The word "Big Head" was written. Wei Taisetsu frowned and quickly threw the phone directly into the pile of clothes. But he seemed to feel that this was not enough, so he grabbed a handful of clothes, covered the phone, and slammed it hard. In this kind of old house, the gas tank used to be used in the past. The water heater was naturally petrified gas. After so many years, there was naturally no gas available. But there was a large stove in the kitchen. The large iron pot on the shelf could be used to boil water. Some of the firewood piled up here in the past could still be used. After Boss Luo made a fire, he began to boil water. The firewood made a crackling sound as it burned in the fire. At this moment, outside the small kitchen window, a shadow quietly floated over. A pale and stiff face stared at him motionlessly. Chapter 6:21. In the bathroom, there was a large and short, red plastic basin. In this kind of basin that can be seen everywhere, it was filled with hot water. When Taisetsu walked in, he could see the curling hot steam. He looked at the big basin on the ground. No doubt how tempting it is to take a hot bath in this cold weather. Taisetsu looked at the basin of hot water, lost in thought. In the basin filled with hot steam, there was suddenly a circle of ripples. From the middle, a small ripple spread out, as if the calm water surface was sprinkled with rain. Circle after circle, the water in the basin began to surge. It was originally hot, but now it seemed to be boiling again. Surge, surge, surge. The surging water suddenly splashed out from the basin, and a little water splashed on Taisetsu's body. Like being shot by a spark from a burning firewood, a burning sensation made Taisetsu suddenly shrink his arm. His whole body was stuck to the wall of the bathroom. In this cold weather, his forehead was oozing wet sweat. Knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Taisetsu's body instantly trembled. The boiling water at this time had returned to calm. Those surging water splashes seemed to have never existed. Only the curling hot steam. It was like a hallucination. At this time, Luacio's voice came from outside the bathroom. Maybe it's a little dirty inside. I didn't have time to clean it, sorry. Then I found a new towel. Of course, it's been there for many years. It's not new, but it should be used. Just use it first. No, no problem. Taisetsu responded in a low voice in the bathroom. He took a deep breath, calmed his voice, and quickly responded, I'm fine with anything. With that, Taisetsu stuck to the wall, bypassing the big basin. He quickly took off his clothes and took a towel. He didn't touch the hot water, but turned on the tap and began to wipe his body with cold water. In the cold weather, Taisetsu's breathing quickened, like a drowning man, making it difficult for him to breathe. When Taisetsu came out of the bathroom, the towel was casually draped over his shoulder. He was still holding a bundle of clothes in his hand, while she was only wearing a vest and a jacket. He found that Luacio was cleaning the living room. Some things were taken out of the old cabinets and placed on the coffee table. At this time, Luacio looked at Taisetsu and smiled. The Four Seasons flowers in the courtyard should have bloomed recently. I picked some and made some hot tea. Drink some. You're welcome. Taisetsu nodded, subconsciously. It was a strange feeling. Although this guy had some relationship with him, it was only before he divorced his ex-wife. But now, there was no relationship at all. In fact, Taisetsu had heard that his ex-wife had such a relative, but they rarely contacted each other. Taisetsu wasn't even sure if he had met this young man in front of him. Maybe they had a meal together during a visit during Chinese New Year, or maybe they didn't. After such a long time, he couldn't remember many things clearly, let alone this kind of relationship that couldn't even be considered a relative now. Are you okay? Luacio looked at Taisetsu, who was in a daze, and asked, Oh, I'm fine. Taisetsu shook his head. He had an impulse to drink this hot tea. However, Sprinkling some freshly picked osmanthus flowers into the hot water was a far-fetched thing for Taisetsu. He always felt that this was a taste that only women should have. However, the taste turned out to be very good. It was really good. This was the most intuitive feeling after Taisetsu took a sip. He held a very ordinary glass cup with both hands. The temperature was just right. There seemed to be a warm current spreading from his palms to his body, dispelling the coldness of the cold water he washed. This tea, I put some sugar in it. I found it in the kitchen. Luocho said casually, "You don't like sweetness?" No. Taisetsu shook his head. It's good, thank you." "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Luocho suddenly asked at this time. Taisetsu was stunned, but he saw Luocho reach out and point at his neck. Taisetsu subconsciously reached out and touched his neck. There was some raised flesh on the rough skin. It was a scar exposed from his chest. Taisetsu shook his head. "It's okay. It happened a long time ago." "That's good." Luocho nodded, picked up the feather duster, and began to sweep the corner of the TV cabinet. Taisetsu even felt as if he didn't exist. He couldn't help but ask, "Just call me Luocho." Taisetsu hesitated. Don't you want to know how I got this wound?" Luocho asked back, "Do you want to say it?" Taisetsu opened his mouth and carefully drank the osmanthus hot tea in the cup in his hand. The light sweetness didn't seem to be honey. He didn't know what good candy could be found in this room. This taste made him a little infatuated. Taisetsu finally opened his mouth. "When I was young, I didn't know anything, so I was chopped. From my neck all the way down to my stomach." Taisetsu shook his head and sighed deeply. He leaned on the long painted chair made of lychee wood, looked at Luocho and said with a wry smile, "At that time I was so scared that I really thought I would die like this. At that time, I should be 17 years old, right? Now that I think about it, so long has passed, and I am getting more and more scared. That's really dangerous." Luocho nodded, stopped, and added some new hot water for Taisetsu. Taisetsu always felt that this kind of hospitality was too extravagant for him. It was so extravagant that he didn't know how to face it. He could only hold the cup with both hands, for fear that it would suddenly slip away from his hands. Taisetsu suddenly remembered something. "I remember that your father was a police officer in a big city." "He's not there anymore." Luocho looked at the black and white photo hanging in the corner of the living room. That was the only photo of his father and his grandparents, when he was young, before he was born. "I seem to have heard of it." Taisetsu nodded. "You don't have it easy." Luocho said indifferently, "It's okay, life has to go on." Taisetsu wanted to say something but stopped, and suddenly asked, "Like you, the son of a police officer, don't you have any opinion about a prison prisoner like me?" Luocho said casually, "But you are out now, aren't you?" "You are out now, so you're not a prison prisoner." "You are out now." This sentence echoed in Daz's mind over and over again, making him feel suffocated in his heart. I'm tired." Taisetsu quickly stood up, dodging Luocho's eyes, and hurriedly went upstairs. "Don't worry, I will leave early tomorrow morning, and won't disturb anyone. Finally, thank you for the tea." Daz subconsciously took the teacup that he left with and put it on the steps of the stairs. Luocho glanced at the ceiling, which was probably the position of the utility room, and whispered, "Good night." After that, Luocho scooped up a pile of dust and walked towards the kitchen. There was a door in the kitchen. He went to the backyard to put some garbage or something, which was probably the structure of the house. When passing by the bathroom, Luocho took a look. The basin full of hot water was untouched. Well, before dawn, Taisetsu quietly walked out of the kitchen, climbed over the low wall of the yard, and left silently. He took all his belongings with him, including the sheets of paper which served as mats. But he left a note. "I hope that Luocho cannot tell others that I have been here, and I promise that I will never go into his house again." At dawn, Luocho opened the door of the old house in his hometown. He remembered that when he came back from summer vacation when he was a child, He could see a rice field in front of him if he looked from here early in the morning. At that time, there were many people who woke up earlier than him. At that time, there was no row of new houses on the opposite side of the village road. At that time, it was as early as now. At that time, the doors of every house were open, and he could always see people. He walked towards Grandma Xiaochun's house and knocked on the door a few times. It was his uncle's wife who opened the door for him. The aunt looked a little panicked at this moment, as if she was frightened. "What's wrong, Luocio?" The aunt stopped talking and became nervous again. In the end, she opened the door directly. "I don't know what to say. See for yourself." The aunt led Luocio into the house. His uncle was pacing back and forth in the hall at this moment. He looked uneasy. The house was full of the smell of cigarettes. At this moment, a short figure walked out of the kitchen. It was wet Nurse Xiaochun. Grandma Xiaochun's face was not pale. Instead, there was a faint rosy color. She seemed to be in good spirits. Grandma Xiaochun held a bowl with a big rooster pattern in her hands. Her face was full of smiles. "Come on, I made noodles. Let's have breakfast." Chapter 6:22. Grandma Xiaochun noticed that there was one more person at this time. So she glanced at Luocio suspiciously. Then she looked at Luocio's uncle, Luo Shan, and asked curiously, "Luo Shan, who is this?" "He is Luo Chi's son, Luocio. Yesterday he came back from the provincial capital to see you. Have you forgotten?" Luo Shan looked at Grandma Xiaochun nervously. "It's really Luocio." Grandma Xiaochun quickly put down the bowl of noodles in her hand, then wiped her hands quickly on the apron hanging on her body. She walked directly to Luocio. The old woman raised her head, and her eyes were a little excited. She grabbed Luocio's palm with both hands. "Come, let Grandma take a good look at you. You have grown so big, so alike. So alike. You really look like your father." Grandma Xiaochun grasped Luocio's palm tightly. Even Luo Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, could feel her strength. Grandma Xiaochun wiped her eyes at this time and said with a smile, "Come, Luocio. Grandma will also serve you some noodles. I have noodles when I get up in the morning. You can't eat them outside. Come, come, child." With that said, Grandma Xiaochun pulled Luocio into the kitchen behind the house. Luo Shan and his wife looked at each other. His wife was quite nervous at this time. "Dad, why did your mother suddenly—" "I still can't figure it out. Why does she look like she is fine? She scared me to death. Do you think it could be the final radiance of the setting sun?" "How would I know?" Luo Shan shook his head. "She is so sick that the attending doctor in the hospital said that she can't be saved. But no matter what, she looks better than yesterday. You go and inform them about the situation. By the way, go and see if Shanshan has gone to work. She is also a doctor. Let her come over and take a look first." Okay, I will go now." His wife quickly ran out of the door. Grandma Xiaochun opened the lid of the kitchen pot, and a burst of hot air came out. Luocio leaned over, pushed the rising hot air with his palm, and smiled. "It smells so good." "Smells good, doesn't it? If it smells good, eat more." Grandma Xiaochun said happily, "Your father liked to eat it the most when he was young." "Yes, I heard him mention it." Luocio nodded. Grandma Xiaochun carried the noodles and soup. She sighed and said, "But I can't see it. What a pity." She placed the bowl in front of Luocio, and Luocio took it with both hands. Grandma Xiaochun raised her head at this time. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Child, thank you for coming to see me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my old bones would be." Luocio gently shook his head. Grandma Xiaochun patted Luocio's palm lightly. "I understand. There are some rules, right? Although I don't know what happened to you, I know you are a good child. Because your eyes are exactly the same as your father's." Luocio smiled. "Really?" Grandma Xiaochun chuckled and said, "Don't you take it seriously, child? Then I will listen to you." Luocio nodded. Grandma Xiaochun said, "Eat quickly. The noodles won't taste good if they are soaked. If there is not much time, accompany me to pick some fresh osmanthus flowers after we finish eating. I will make some stuffing and make some reunion dumplings for everyone to eat tonight. Okay, reunion dumplings, reunion dumplings. Taisetsu rented a farmer's house near the construction site where he recently worked as a part-time worker. It was not expensive, only 300 yuan a month, but it was also simple and crude. Boss, give me a bowl of vegetarian noodles. This was the breakfast stall on the roadside in another village where he rented a house. At this time, the truck heading to the construction site had already set off a yellow dragon of dust. Taisetsu ate these free pickled radishes in big mouthfuls. Basically, the table next to him was filled with people like him, who went to the construction site to work after eating. After a while, when the vegetarian noodles were only half eaten, Taisetsu's shoulder was patted by someone. He turned his head and saw a slightly chubby man in a suit with shiny hair that was parted to the side. He had a small leather bag under his arm. The man was still drinking a box of lemon tea in his hand. At this time he sat down with a smile. "Brother Zhe, I knew you were here. Don't say anything if you have something to say. If you don't have anything to say, just leave. I have to work after eating. I don't have time to entertain you." Taisetsu added a little chili sauce to the vegetarian noodles. He did not even look at the chubby man. "Hee, brother Zhe. Big Head has been your brother for so many years. You don't have to be so cold, right?" The chubby man, who looked well-dressed, Big Head, still looked like a smiling person. "You see, I have been calling you these days. I have been calling you for a long time, but you didn't listen to me. So, I came here to look for you early in the morning. Speaking of which, I am unlucky. I stepped on dog shit this morning. I am so unlucky." As he spoke, Big Head stood up, took out a tissue, and wiped his leather shoes with all his might. Taisetsu snorted and said indifferently, "Waiting for me? I think you are waiting for me, right?" I said, "Don't look for me anymore. Last time was already the last time. I've already made myself clear." "Brother Zhe, how can you say that we are waiting for you, right?" Big Head stood up. "Well, I think you shouldn't eat these noodles. Come, brother. I will invite you to Hongfu restaurant to eat something good. I will find you a girl at the elegant room tonight to relax." As he said that, he reached out to pull Taisetsu's arm, intending to pull him up. Unexpectedly, Taisetsu frowned, swung his arm, and said in a slightly deep voice, "Big Head, what do you want to do?" I said, "Don't bother me. I have to go to the construction site later. AI, my brother, I don't know what to say to you. Look at this broken construction site. Why are you still working?" Big Head sat down again. "You calculate. You work so hard that you only earn 100 yuan a day. What can you do with that? In my opinion, you might as well not do it anymore, okay? At least it is clean money." Taisetsu looked at Big Head coldly. Big Head seemed to be not the first time that Taisetsu treated him this way. He was not angry. He sighed. "Aya, brother Zhe, how can money be divided into clean and unclean? If you have a lot of money, who dares to say that you are unclean? Those who think highly of themselves throw a lot of money. They are willing to eat shit even if you ask them to. And those who really don't do anything can't get in. Besides, back then, didn't you also? Big Head." Taisetsu slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared at him. Big Head shrunk his neck subconsciously. He suddenly recalled this ruthless character more than 10 years ago, when he took a watermelon knife and chopped people. "Brother Zhe, don't be angry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I said something that shouldn't be said. My mouth is cheap. I punish myself. I punish myself. I slap myself. Big Head gently patted his own mouth twice. "Brother Zhe, calm down, calm down. I'm not angry with you." Taisetsu shook his head. "Really? I said that Brother Zhe is generous, loyal, and a good brother. Get out of here right now. I definitely won't be angry with you," Taisetsu said coldly. Big Head's expression stiffened, and he said, Brother Zhe, you see, I have no choice. I, Big Head, don't want to disturb you, but I have to work. Actually, my boss asked me to look for you. Taisetsu frowned and shook his head. You go back and tell him that I'm not free. Let him find someone else. With that said, Taisetsu put 3 yuan on the table, stood up and walked out. Big Head said to Taisetsu's back at this time, Taisetsu, you have to think carefully. My boss, President Xiao, said that he wants to see you. Don't make it difficult for me. You know President Xiao's means, right? Taisetsu turned around abruptly. Big Head, what do you want to do? Sister-in-law. Big Head looked at Taisetsu. Oh no, it's your ex-sister-in-law and your child. I heard that she is living well now. She even found a new man. He is a teacher, right? Big Head, I'm warning you. Taisetsu widened his eyes like a leopard out of the cage. He grabbed Big Head's collar and pulled him in front of him. Don't you dare to move! Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm just saying it casually. Big Head's whole back was soaked in cold sweat. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Brother Zhe, why don't we go to Hong Fu restaurant to eat and talk? Big Head nervously reached out and patted Taisetsu's hand that grabbed his collar. Brother Zhe, Brother Zhe? Taisetsu suddenly pushed Big Head away, turned around and walked toward a black Passat parked next to the breakfast stall. Chapter 6:23. Big Head drove his Passat while looking at Taisetsu. Brother Zhe, please smile more when you see President Xiao. It's not the first time I've dealt with this person. Taisetsu looked out of the window and suddenly asked, Why did you change your car? Did your boss reward you? Big Head said proudly, Brother Zhe, I'm just trying to make a living. Taisetsu looked at Big Head and said, Making a living? Didn't you see what I am now? Big Head, you're not young anymore. You should have saved some money in the past few years, right? Don't follow that Xiao guy anymore. Do your own small business, marry an honest woman, and live a decent life. It's better than being on tenterhooks. Brother Zhe, we are now doing business under the name of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. It's legitimate. It's okay. Is it legitimate? Taisetsu shook his head. Okay, I'm completely out of touch with this world. I won't talk about it. AI, Brother Zhe, what are you talking about? Big Head said quickly, I know what you're talking about, but the times are different now. It's not like you don't know that we're not doing what we used to do. Besides, don't talk about it in the future. We are civilized people now. What we have is called a dynamic social organization. Dynamic social organization? Taisetsu chuckled disdainfully. They didn't talk on the way to Hongfu Building. In general, Xiao was indeed a businessman. In recent years, especially after the town began to develop, he personally set up an engineering company, but he didn't have really knowledgeable workers in his hands. This was because President Xiao specialized in dealing with demolition for those companies, although the government had policies to pave the way for the development zone and build large-scale construction. However, not everyone was willing to move away from their original place. Therefore, President Xiao was a professional in this regard. Of course, President Xiao was more careful when doing things. He never went too far. He never used anyone in his company. Boss Xiao was rich and Taisetsu needed money. In recent years, they naturally hit it off. Every time Taisetsu was released from prison, he could get a decent reward from Boss Xiao. When Taisetsu saw Boss Xiao, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Hongfu Building opened last year and was considered a high-end place in this small town. Taisetsu, come sit. Boss Xiao, who was in his early 40s, had a big smile on his face as he asked Taisetsu to sit down. Aya, you see, I've been busy recently. I didn't even have time to properly greet you after you came out. It's my fault. It's my fault. Let's drink some tea. President Xiao, I won't be drinking this tea. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Taisetsu shook his head and didn't seem to give any face to the people here. I made it very clear last time. I won't do anything. Big Head kept pushing Taisetsu's arm. At the same time, he looked at his boss awkwardly and smiled. President Xiao, my brother just said there's no problem. We just talked about it. President Xiao just stopped smiling and waved a big head. You wait for me outside. I'll talk to Taisetsu. Big Head had no choice but to push the door and leave. Only Taisetsu and President Xiao were left in the private room. President Xiao made a gesture to let Taisetsu sit down and talk. Taisetsu didn't want to offend this guy too much. He pulled out a chair and sat down. He said seriously, President Xiao, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that this time I told myself that I'm going to stop. Besides, you don't have to look for me. If it's because of Big Head, then it's not necessary. I'm old. I'm afraid of doing things. I can't be compared to the young people nowadays. I believe that with your power today, it's easy to find someone. Hey, how can the young people nowadays keep their composure? President Xiao poured some hot tea for Taisetsu and nodded. Yes, it's the same whoever does it. The key is what happens after it's done. It's not something that anyone can do. You see, those young people are impatient. They can't calm down at all, okay? They might be able to endure it if they're locked up for a month or two, but it might not be so after a long time. What if they can't stand it and talk nonsense inside? That's not good, right? President Xiao patted Taisetsu's shoulder and said earnestly, Taisetsu, you're different. We've worked together. I know you very well. What kind of person are you? You're loyal, you keep your promises, and you separate public and private matters. It's hard to find someone like that. It's really hard to find someone like that. Taisetsu, please help me one last time, okay? Besides, I've calculated it well. You won't be in there for long. At most, you'll be in there for a year or two. You'll definitely be out. Also, I promise that the money this time will definitely satisfy you. 500,000. You'd better find someone else. Taisetsu was silent for a while and finally shook his head. Why? You think it's too little? President Xiao smiled and said, the price is negotiable. After all, we're partners. We're good friends. Aya, how about this? I'll personally fork out another 30,000. How about that? Thank you. Thank you, President Xiao. Taisetsu clasped his hands together and saluted. But I said before that I won't do it again. Really, can you let me go? Find someone else. I believe you'll definitely find someone more suitable than me. Taisetsu, what do you mean? Is it fun to push me again and again? President Zhao's eyes narrowed. It's my fault. My tone was a bit harsh. Taisetsu stood up and bowed toward President Xiao. He apologized. President Xiao, I know you're very busy. I'm sorry for wasting your time. How about this? I'll treat you to this tea as an apology. All right, let's part on good terms. With that, Taisetsu no longer looked at President Zhao's expression and turned to walk toward the door. At this moment, President Xiao suddenly slammed the table hard and said in a deep voice, Wei Daz, you don't want to drink the toast, but you have to drink the forfeit, right? If you dare to walk out of this door, I'm afraid you won't have a good time. Taisetsu stopped and slowly turned around. He slowly said, President Xiao, I said, let's part on good terms. Taisetsu Wei, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Taisetsu expressionlessly walked toward President Xiao and directly walked in front of him. President Xiao was a person who had made a name for himself. He was unyielding and didn't move. President Xiao sneered, Taisetsu Wei, I'm polite to you. I hope you'll be polite to me. You know the consequences of offending me. You have to think it through. Then I'll tell you the truth. Taisetsu Wei looked at him coldly. Xiao Yuqing, I'm telling you, I, Wei Taisetsu Wei, am just a piece of trash. I'm not as precious as you are now. But remember, if you dare to make life difficult for me, I can also make life difficult for you. Yes, I have thrown away the knife that I used to slash people for many years. But if I want to find it, I will definitely find it. And the first one to cut people will be you. You. Xiao Yuqing also widened his eyes, but he felt a chill down his spine. Taisetsu Wei indifferently said, There are rules in the underworld. Don't implicate your wife and child. Xiao Yuqing, you also have a wife and child. Don't force me to do that. Taisetsu Wei left. Xiao Yuqing watched Taisetsu Wei leave the room before he sat down. He picked up the teacup with trembling hands. He didn't know how the tea tasted like. At this time, Big Head hurriedly walked in and said in a panic, "Director, Xiao, what happened?" "Get out. Useless thing." Xiao Yuqing stared at Big Head. Big Head had no choice but to quickly leave the room. But before he closed the door, Xiao Yuqing suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute! Please say." Big Head had to be respectful again. "You help me buy 2 tickets." Xiao Yuqing suddenly stopped. He looked at Big Head up and down and suddenly shook his head. "It's okay. You go pay the bill and then come back to the company and wait for me." "Okay." Big Head was a little confused, but he didn't say anything and directly went to pay the bill. Xiao Yuqing then slightly tapped the table with his finger and pondered. "Good. You Taisetsu Wei." Xiao Yuqing suddenly showed a trace of a sneer. He calmly picked up his mobile phone. It was his wife who called. "Old Xiao, what's the matter? I'm at the beauty salon. Isn't the child at home always clamoring to go to Disneyland? How about this, you ask for a few days off and take him to Disneyland to play, so that he won't make a fuss all day long? What's wrong with you? You suddenly want to go there? Doesn't the child need to go to school? Old Xiao, let me tell you, this child's grades are bad enough. You're the one who indulges him. I won't take him there." Okay, I won't argue with you about this. I've already decided. You tell the child that if he doesn't do well in this semester's final exam, he won't get pocket money next year. After leaving Hongfu Building, Taisetsu didn't immediately leave this place. He hid in the nearby alley and kept observing the entrance of Hongfu Building. After seeing Xiao Yuqing leave, Taisetsu also left this place. He didn't go back to the construction site, but just made a phone call to the mean foreman. Of course, he couldn't avoid a round of scolding. Of course, Taisetsu simply put a long distance away from the phone and let the foreman vent. Taisetsu couldn't help but think, if it was before, with his hot temper, maybe something would happen to this mean foreman at night. Taisetsu shook his head. After leaving this place, he called a motorcycle. He suddenly had a place he wanted to go. Soon after, Taisetsu came to a residential area. Of course, it was not comparable to the residential areas in big cities. It was just a small residential area surrounded by a few buildings. It wasn't high. Each building was about 6 floors. Naturally, there was no elevator. The gatekeeper was an old man who was taking a nap at this moment. Taisetsu easily found the door of one of the houses. When he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly stopped. Taisetsu washed his hands with mineral water first, then washed his face. Then he tidied up his clothes, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door a few times. Not long after, there was finally a response from the house. It was a woman's voice, a little low and vigilant and even a little uneasy. "Who is it?" the voice inside the door asked. Taisetsu took a deep breath again, then said, "Mrs. Lin, it's me, Ganjing. Don't you remember?" The sound of the door opening. Then the security door was opened. An old woman with gray hair and an old face was seen holding the door frame with both hands. The woman rolled her eyelids, blinking, but tilting her ears. "It's really Ganjing." "Isn't it me?" Taisetsu said with a smile, and his hands quickly held the woman's hand. Mrs. Lin's hand. "Mrs. Lin, can't you recognize my voice?" "Oh, I recognize it. Mrs. Lin couldn't close her mouth at this moment. "Ganjing, come in. You haven't come to see me for a long time. Please walk slowly. Hey, be careful." Taisetsu carefully helped Mrs. Lin walk into the house. Mrs. Lin said, "It's okay, this is my home. I'm familiar with it. Do you really think I'm useless just because I can't see?" "No." Taisetsu said seriously, "How can it be?" Taisetsu helped Mrs. Lin walk into the hall. This house was not big, with 2 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. However, Mrs. Lin lived here alone, so it naturally didn't seem narrow. Taisetsu saw a bag of plastic flowers in the living room, and there were some clothes on the table. Taisetsu saw Mrs. Lin reach out to touch the coffee table at this moment, wanting to find a cup. He quickly found a cup and put it next to Mrs. Lin's hand so that she could grab it at once. Come, wait for me. I'll get you some water. Okay. Taisetsu took off his shoes at this moment, then tiptoed around Mrs. Lin and moved the kettle to a place where she could easily reach it. Finally, he tiptoed back to the original place and said casually, Mrs. Lin, have you started to make these plastic flowers recently? Hey, I remember that I gave you a special welfare allowance, right? Why? You don't have enough money to spend. No, Mrs. Lin quickly said. Ganjing, what kind of welfare allowance did you give me? When I went to the bank, it was a few thousand yuan a month. The people inside helped me withdraw money, and I was shocked. Taisetsu smiled and said, Mrs. Lin, I won't say any more. We are from the International Cross Association, an international organization. A lot of foreign and domestic rich philanthropists are willing to pay. So, of course, we have more money. Besides, you are the key person we want to help. Mrs. Lin sighed and said, Ganjing, your association gave me so much that I didn't dare to accept it. You said that there are so many people who need help, but you gave me so much. Not good, not good. Taisetsu patted Mrs. Lin's hand. Don't worry, we support the same people. The other people are the same as you. Mrs. Lin said dubiously, really? Taisetsu said softly, Mrs. Lin, you still don't believe me? Mrs. Lin shook her head and said, I don't believe anyone but you. Ganjing, to be honest, if it weren't for your cross association, if you didn't find me, I wouldn't be here now. Not only did you take care of me, but you also gave me such a house. I really can't believe it, but this is true. If I didn't meet good people like you, I don't know what to do now. As she spoke, Mrs. Lin was already sobbing and sobbing. Mrs. Lin, it's all in the past. Don't think about unhappy things. Taisetsu grasped Mrs. Lin's hand and comforted her. Life will get better. You are right. Mrs. Lin smiled. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Oh, right, Ganjing, last time you said you were going on a business trip or something, but you left for half a year. I was worried for a long time. Oh, I went to Africa. There are a lot of people who need help there. So I didn't have time to tell you. Taisetsu smiled and said, Fortunately, Mrs. Lin can't see. Otherwise, what you see now would be a piece of black charcoal. Really? Mrs. Lin was amused and then asked curiously, Is it as black as the blue sky Bao in the TV series? Black. Darker than him. Taisetsu smiled and said, If I hide in that alley, no one can see me. You. Mrs. Lin shook her head. You only know how to make me happy. All right, wait for me. With that said, Mrs. Lin stood up with her hands on her knees and slowly went into her room. After a while, she walked out slowly. She was holding a scarf in her hand. Mrs. Lin, I knitted it myself. Mrs. Lin smiled and said, I don't know what to knit. If it's clothes, I'm afraid I can't make it well. Pants are even worse, so I can only make something simple. I thought, when you come to see me, I will give it to you. It's just cold now. Come, Mrs. Lin will put it on for you. Mrs. Lin put the scarf on Taisetsu. Is it warm? Yes. Yes, good boy. Chapter 6:24. Grandma Xiaochun planted a lot of osmanthus trees in her yard. When the breeze blew, it was the most beautiful because, in addition to pleasing to the heart, there was also a fragrance. Speaking of which, this tree was broken by you before. Me. Luochio was slightly taken aback. The osmanthus tree that Grandma Xiaochun pointed at looked much shorter than the others, and it did not look very lush. Grandma Xiaochun picked some osmanthus flowers from this osmanthus tree at this time and put them in the basket held by Luochio. She smiled and said, I remember how old it was. About this big, right? Grandma Xiaochun put her hand on her waist and gestured. She smiled kindly. I clamored that I wanted to go home and plant it. Then I went to break it and broke it. Luocho smiled and said, I also have times when I am naughty. And I remember. That time, I was scolded by my father. Let me think about it. I started to be a little afraid of him. It should be from that time. Isn't that so? Grandma Xiaochun shook her head. Actually, the osmanthus trees here are all yours. Someone has to take care of them when I am gone. It is not easy for them to grow up. If no one takes care of them in the future, it will be a pity. She took Luocio's hand and came to another tree. This one is for your father, but he was afraid that he would not have the time. He could not take care of it well. He also said that there would be no place to put such a big tree in the city, so he kept it. Luocho reached out and stroked the tree trunk. Then he looked at the osmanthus trees in the garden. Grandma, did you plant all these for us? Grandma Xiaochun nodded. She tilted her head and looked a little lonely. She smiled slowly. The predecessor planted the tree, and the successor enjoyed the shade. Oh, by the way, the one next to it was planted for your biological mother. Then, the one next to it was planted for your later wife. What was her name again? Something like Ling. Ziling, all right. Grandma Xiaochun shook her head. Actually, I haven't seen it before. At that time, your father only mentioned it, but he never brought it back. A few years ago, not long after your father left, your uncle and the others went there once. When they came back, they didn't look too good. I think they might have gotten into some unpleasant things. At that time, I wanted to go too, but my old body wasn't good and I couldn't walk. I didn't go to see you. Grandma let you down. Luocho shook his head. Grandma Xiaochun looked at Luocho and said, Your uncles are actually not that bad. They're just a little slow sometimes and sometimes confused. Please don't be offended and be more forgiving. After all, we are all family. When people get old, they will naturally miss their loved ones. Luocho did not intend to respond to Grandma Xiaochun's words directly. He just curiously changed the topic. Grandma, there are so many here. Can you remember who planted the tree for? That's right. Do you think my brain isn't working because I can't take it anymore? Grandma Xiaochun patted Luocho's head casually. This tree belongs to your second uncle, Luoshan. The one next to this one belongs to your third uncle. This row was for Aunt Xiaochun's sons and daughters. She had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The next row was for her grandchildren, such as Luo Zhang and others. Here, this is Luo Zhang's. I left a space next to it. I will plant it when he gets a wife, but now. Grandma Xiaochun suddenly stopped talking. Luocho continued. Then this tree should be Sister Luo Zhang's, right? It's cousin Luo Ting's. Grandma Xiaochun patted Luocho's shoulder. Her gaze became softer as if she was admiring him. This is Luo Ting's, and then the one behind is her son's. And this one is... What about this one? Luocho pointed to the other tree that Grandma Xiaochun stopped talking about and asked. Grandma Xiaochun shook her head and looked at the tree that she stopped talking about. This tree belongs to Taisetsu, Tingting's former husband. It's a pity that such a good child is gone. Luocho said, Yesterday, I heard Luo Zheng mention it. Grandma Xiaochun said, In this family, except for Luo Zheng, probably no one is willing to mention Taisetsu. When your sister, Tingting, married Taisetsu, Taisetsu was still young. He was just a little kid. He especially liked to follow behind Taisetsu. He admired Taisetsu, his brother-in-law. Grandma Xiaochun suddenly sighed. I haven't seen Taisetsu for a long time. I don't know if he is doing well now. Luocho asked curiously, Grandma, you seem to like this ex-brother-in-law very much? Grandma Xiaochun thought about it and said, How should I say this child? He has a heroic spirit. When my old man was still alive, I said that Taisetsu, this child, would definitely be a good fighter against the Japanese in the past. But young people will always do something wrong. Sometimes they can't even make up for it in a lifetime. A human life. Who can let it go so easily? Human life. Grandma Xiaochun looked at Luocho and said, Didn't Luo Zheng tell you about it? Luocio shook his head. Brother Zheng only said that he had been in prison many times. Taisetsu. Grandma Xiaochun was silent for a while. At that time, he had just married your sister Tingting. The child had just been born not long ago. I don't know what happened to him. I just heard that he and a few people kidnapped a child. In the end, the child drowned. The police came to Taisetsu's door and took him away. That was his first time in prison. He was sentenced to 5 years. Grandma Xiaochun shook her head. At that time, no one was willing to see him. Only my old man, Tingting, and I went there. When I saw Taisetsu at that time, I almost couldn't recognize him. His eyes were dull and lifeless. He didn't say anything. I think this child knows that he was wrong, but I don't know what happened. After Taisetsu was released, he made another mistake not long after and was arrested again. Over the years, I couldn't figure it out. He obviously regretted it so much, but he still made mistakes again and again. Grandma Xiaochun sighed and said, "Your sister Tingting also remarried because she was desperate. But fortunately, your new brother-in-law is very good. He is educated, reasonable, and humble. It's rare. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. It's annoying." Grandma Xiaochun cheered up and looked at Luocio. "Come, let's pick some more osmanthus flowers." Okay. At this time, a 26-year-old woman walked over quickly. She looked anxious. "Grandma, Grandma, how are you feeling?" "It's Luo Shan," Grandma Xiaochun said curiously. "Haven't you gone to work yet?" Luo Shan had a shrewd and capable aura. At this time, she just glanced at Luocio quickly, then grabbed Grandma Xiaochun's wrist and put her fingers on her pulse. Grandma Xiaochun also let her do it. "Luocio, this is Luo Shan, the youngest daughter of your third uncle. She graduated not long ago. Now, she is a doctor in our town's hospital. You have to be closer in the future, understand?" "Okay." Luocio nodded. Unexpectedly, Luo Shan frowned. "I don't have this leisure time. I know that the old lady is not in good health, but I still brought her out to wander around. What if she catches a cold? Can I bear this responsibility? You are still a college student. You don't even know these simple things. Bastard." "Luo Shan, how can you say that? This is your brother." Grandma Xiaochun frowned. "I wanted to come out myself." Luo Shan said quickly, "Grandma, don't be agitated. Don't talk first. Go into the house. I will give you a auscultation." As she spoke, she directly pulled Grandma Xiaochun and walked back into the house. In the end, she gave Luocio a sharp and unhappy look. "But I'm not a college student now." Luocio turned and looked at the osmanthus tree planted for Taisetsu. After a while, Luocio picked up the basket again and continued to pick the osmanthus flowers. "Ganjing, be careful. Otherwise, I will find someone to fix it." "It's okay, Sister Lin. It's just changing the light bulb. It's a small matter." Sister Lin shook her head and said, "You child, I can't see anything. It's the same whether you change it or not." Taisetsu said, "This can't be done. If there is a leakage, there will always be danger. You live alone. You have to be careful in everything. I will see if there is anything that needs to be fixed later. I will try to fix it as much as possible by today." "All right then. I can't win against you." Sister Lin smiled and said, "Ganjing, stay for dinner today. I will cook for you." "Sister Lin, there is no need. I am here. I will cook for you later," Taisetsu said quickly. Mrs. Lin said curiously, "Haven't I always been making food for myself? What do you mean you will cook for me? Are you stupid? Can it be that I can't take care of myself, but you can cook for me for a lifetime? Okay, I will cook. You sit down for a while, if it is possible." Taisetsu silently watched Sister Lin's back as she walked into the kitchen while holding the wall. Chapter 6:25. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Taisetsu, who had just changed the light bulb, walked to the door and looked at Mrs. Lin. "Mrs. Lin, let me tidy up your house for you." "Aya, you can just sit and wait for the food. It's Okay, it's just a matter of heating it up. It smells so good. Taisetsu smiled. Mrs. Lin said angrily, It's just scrambled eggs. Don't make me happy. Eggs are good, they're nutritious. Taisetsu said as he picked up the broom next to him and began to clean up the living room. All right, Ganjing, what time is it now? It's only 12 o'clock, not even 1 o'clock. Ganjing turned around and said, What's wrong? Mrs. Lin replied, Nothing. The street's volunteers will come to see me at 2 o'clock. I'm afraid I'll miss the time. Taisetsu was stunned. He stopped and asked calmly, Street's volunteers? Mrs. Lin said as she cooked, Yes, the street's volunteer team. They said it's to visit lonely old people. It's a recent thing. They've been coming to help me do this and that. They're quite good young men. Taisetsu nodded. That's quite good. Mrs. Lin said, Oh, right. I'll introduce you to each other later. The volunteer team said they've never heard of the Cross Association. They're curious about who you are and are afraid you're a bad person. But I say, how can you be a bad person? Ganjing? Oh, I'm here. Taisetsu quickly said, I just poured some water. Mrs. Lin, what do you say? Mrs. Lin said, What can I say? I'll just say it directly. I said this house was given to me by you, and an allowance was given by you. They were shocked and very curious. They said they didn't expect there to be such a good charity organization. They said if they could meet you, they must get to know you. If there's a chance to cooperate, it'll be even better. We can help more people. All right, Ganjing, aren't you back now? Let's get to know each other later. All right. Taisetsu replied calmly with a smile, No problem. We're all in the same industry. It's good to get to know each other. By the way, Mrs. Lin, let me help you take the dishes out. Those young men are really nice. Mrs. Lin smiled and said, Sometimes they help me buy groceries for a week. Sometimes he would come back to chat with me, read the newspaper, clean the house, and take me out for a walk. Oh, right. He even said that he was going to organize some activities for the elderly on the street and that he would bring me there to watch. Well, it looks really good. Taisetsu helped Mrs. Lin out. I guess so. Mrs. Lin sat down. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Ganjing, how long will you be here this time? The last time you came, you only stayed for 2 months, and then you left for half a year. I'm not sure. Let's see how it goes. But they should still be around during this period of time. Taisetsu said casually, Why, what's the matter? Mrs. Lin said, If that's the case, do you want to come over for dinner in 2 days? Well, dinner is okay. Taisetsu asked with a smile, Is there anything to celebrate? Mrs. Lin said, What is there to celebrate? Can't I treat you to dinner, Sister Lin? Look, you didn't even tell me in advance that you were coming back. You see, it's just a simple meal today. There are no dishes. I feel bad, so I want to make you a good meal. That's fine, I'll come over. Taisetsu nodded. In 2 days, it's your birthday. How can I forget? Even if you don't say it, I will come back. Taisetsu glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. Probably the people from the volunteer team brought it, right? Taisetsu took out the mobile phone and set the alarm. Then he put the mobile phone on the table and accompanied Mrs. Lin to eat. After dinner, Taisetsu washed the dishes. Then he prepared the ingredients for dinner and put it aside for Mrs. Lin's convenience. Ganjing, it seems that your phone is ringing, right? Mrs. Lin, who was sitting in the living room, shouted at this time, Where did you put your phone? Oh, it's mine, it's mine. Taisetsu quickly walked out. I put it on the table. I didn't notice. Then hurry up and answer it. Hello, it's me. Taisetsu directly turned off the ringtone. While looking at Mrs. Lin, he said casually, Now. No, it's fine. Let me check the time. Is 3 o'clock okay? Okay, I'll try my best. Okay, goodbye. Mrs. Lin asked, Ganjing, what happened? Nothing, just a small matter. Mrs. Lin said, I think you seem to be in a hurry. Why don't you go to work first? You don't have to specially stay until 3 o'clock for me. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Next time, I can introduce you to the volunteer team. But this, Mrs. Lin smiled and said, it's good that you have time to come and see me. If you have something to do, go do it first. Don't delay the business. Otherwise, I won't be happy. All right then. Daz nodded. I'll come over for dinner in 2 days. It's a deal. Mrs. Lin, you have to make delicious food for me. Okay. Taisetsu glanced at the time, 1:30. Taisetsu quietly walked out of the community, but he didn't go far. Instead, he hid at the side. When it was 2:00, he saw some young men and women wearing red clothes and hats coming to the community. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were a real volunteer team. Taisetsu smiled bitterly. After today's work and seeing Mrs. Lin, he suddenly didn't know what to do. At this time, the roar of a horn suddenly sounded from the roadside. A Passat slowly stopped, opened the window, and stuck out a head. Brother Jia! Brother Jia! It was Big Head. Taisetsu frowned, quickly walked in front of Big Head, and said in a deep voice, Don't shout! Then let's talk in the car? You little brat! Taisetsu shook his head and got in the car. He looked at Big Head and asked, What are you doing here? I'm looking for you. What else can I do? Big Head replied, After you left, I called you, but you didn't answer. I went to the construction site where you worked and asked, but you weren't there. At this time, I guess you definitely didn't sneak back to sister-in-law. Oh, ex-wife's village. Then, it could only be Mrs. Lin's place. Look, I met you. Hee, I Big Head am still very smart. Taisetsu stared at Big Head at this time and said seriously, Big Head, I'm warning you. You can't tell anyone about Mrs. Lin. Otherwise, I will chop you. I know. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. Big Head patted his chest and said, Not to mention that you used the fast money you earned over the years to take care of Mrs. Lin. You bought a house and pretended to be mysterious to get some allowance. You even asked me to send money on time every month. Mother, I'm a little jealous. I haven't seen you treat me like this before. In any case, we're brothers who grew up together, aren't we? I owe her. Taisetsu looked out of the window. Big Head looked at Taisetsu and sighed. I say, Brother Jia, I can't really blame you for what happened in the past. It's been so many years. It should be enough, right? Enough. Don't say it. I'll deal with my own matters. Taisetsu knocked on the glass window of the car. His eyes were a little fierce. Big Head was a little scared and directly pursed his lips. Why are you still looking for me? Taisetsu frowned at this time. Why? Your boss still doesn't give up? I thought what I said went in one ear and out the other. I also want to ask you. Big Head quickly said, Brother Jia, what did you say to President Xiao? I saw his face was so dark. Right, let me tell you. I don't know what President Xiao did. He suddenly let his wife take his child out for a trip. When did this happen? After leaving Hongfu Building in the morning. Big Head said, he originally wanted me to buy a plane ticket for him, I guess. But he was afraid that I would let you know, so he stopped. Hey, you really think I'm stupid? Mother, I slept with his nanny. I know everything, hee. However, Brother Jia, didn't I remind you before going to Hongfu Building? Why are you still so reckless when you see President Xiao? It makes me angry. Did you use too much strength when you grabbed my collar? Xiao Yuqing, this guy is very insidious. Taisetsu frowned at this time. He let his wife and child go out. I guess he wants to deal with me these 2 days. Big Head, send me to Luo Ting's village and put me down. I'm a little worried. Then, you have to help me pay attention to Xiao Yuqing's actions. This, Brother Jia, are you really going against President Xiao? Big Head asked in horror. Drive. Chapter 6:26. When Boss Luo came back with a basket full of osmanthus flowers, a group of people came to the living room. They were all older people. In Luo Chio's impression, he could call out some names, but some are very vague. These people were discussing something, and Uncle Luo Shan was also holding the phone and talking to someone at this moment. Luo Shan was not here. She was in Grandma Xiaochun's room at this time. The door was closed. These people probably saw Luocio, but no one greeted him first. Uncle Luo Shan covered the phone at this moment and said, "Oh, this is Luocio." Then, Luo Shan continued to talk on the phone. These relatives nodded at Luocio, then whispered to each other or frowned in contemplation. Luocio remembered Grandma Xiaochun's words. After putting away the basket, he silently sent tea to these seniors in the genealogy. With a smile and hot tea, they wouldn't be indifferent. "Oh, thank you. I didn't expect Brother Chi's child to be so old. I haven't seen you for a long time. Next time, come to my house and do it." Yes, it was just a matter of initiative. Whether it was sincere or not, Luocio only cared about it because it was the old woman's expectation. "If there is a chance." Luocio responded. At this time, an older man suddenly said, "Luo Shan, since Mom can wake up now, why don't you ask her clearly what she means? Otherwise, we will quarrel in the future and hurt our relationship." Another man sitting opposite frowned and said, "Look at the situation now. Can you stop for a while? Do you have to do this for this small piece of land? You can't say that. There is a big development now. We can't guarantee that it will be developed tomorrow," he emphasized. "Oh, can you guarantee that you won't jump out at that time?" "That's right." The older woman sitting next to him also chimed in. "Our daughter-in-law works in the government. I heard that next year." But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. Her man quietly stepped on her toes. "Wait, second sister-in-law, did you really hear the news?" No, it's just hearsay." Only then did the woman say, "I don't know either. Is it true or not? Besides, who could accurately predict the policy? I was just thinking that in case something like this happens, I should be prepared." All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Wait for Luo Shan to come out and ask about the situation." Luo Shan's eyes widened. "I've contacted the hospital. They can send an ambulance over." "I think it must be the final radiance of the setting sun," the woman muttered at this time. "It's more like he's preparing for his funeral." "Shut up." Several pairs of eyes glared at her, and the woman shrank back. Luocio ignored him and returned to the kitchen early. "What are you looking for?" Luo Shan's voice suddenly came from behind Luocio. Flour." Luocio turned around. "Grandma Xiaochun said that she wants to make reunion balls, so I want to prepare them first to save her some effort." Luo Shan was taken aback. Her eyebrows were wrinkled with doubts. She looked at the relative in front of her, who was of the same generation but had never been in contact with her. She asked, You don't seem to be in a hurry at all?" Luocio said softly, "No matter how anxious I am, there are still some things that need to be done. We can't just let things stop." "Rationalist." Luo Shan glanced at Luocio indifferently, shook her head, and said, "Anyway, I won't agree with you letting my grandmother do whatever she wants, whether it's as a doctor or as her granddaughter. I hope you can understand the severity of the matter. Indeed, I didn't take your emotions into consideration." Luocio nodded. "I'm sorry." Luo Shan felt as if she was punching the air with all her strength. A kind of discomfort made her unwilling to continue talking to this relative. She reached out and pointed to a cabinet. "The flour is inside. Grandma said that she wants to see you alone." "I'll go over now." Watching Luocio leave from her side, Luo Shan sighed subconsciously. She suddenly felt like she had lost. It had nothing to do with identity, seniority, work background, and education level. It was not even a matter of the ways of the world. It was something else that had been missing in her. "Why do I feel like I'm being unreasonable?" Luo Shan muttered, then shook her head. She quickly left the kitchen and walked into the living room. After coming out of Grandma Xiaochun's room, this was the first place she came to. What made her upset was that Grandma actually wanted to see such a distant relative, but not her children. "Can you stop arguing about those things that don't exist?" Luo Shan's dissatisfied voice sounded in the living room. "I was in the room just now, and I could hear what you were arguing about." Grandma asked me to bring you a message. She is still here. She was such a strong woman. Her sharp gaze was not only able to suppress his parents, but also the other elders. Shanshan, what's the situation with your grandmother? Luo Shan was still nervous. Luo Shan shook her head. There's not much time left. You won't understand the specific situation even if I tell you. If you can understand, it's the final radiance of the setting sun. With that said, Luo Shan suddenly glanced at the woman who was sitting with her neck shrunk. Then she sighed. Grandma said that everyone should have a meal tonight. Then, whatever she wants to do, just let her be. Don't ask and don't talk too much. Just do as usual. Luo Shan nodded and then made a phone call. Ting Ting, ask Chinhai to come over tonight. Let's have a meal together. Seeing this, the others also made phone calls silently. Luo Zheng looked at everyone. Dad, I'll drive to town to buy some groceries. Buy more. Really? You picked so many osmanthus flowers? Grandma Xiaochun looked at Luoqiu happily. Her face was getting better and better. You're such a good child. It's been hard on you. She did not talk about anything. It was as if the quarrel outside the living room had never happened. Because I also want to eat the reunion dumplings made by Grandma. Really? Grandma Xiaochun grabbed Luoqiu's hand and said, By the way, can he come tonight? Luoqiu closed his eyes. After a while he whispered, Grandma, you know that he can't appear in front of everyone. But I always feel that he is by my side. Grandma Xiaochun sighed softly and said, Recently, when I was in a daze, I always felt that someone told me that he was there. And I feel that my body seems to be getting lighter and lighter. By the way, there seems to be a child. He was wet all over. He kept walking while crying. He was so pitiful. Let's make a reunion dumplings. Luoqiu stood up and said. Grandma Xiaochun was stunned. Then she cheered up and said with a smile, Okay, I'll let you see Grandma's cooking. Usually if Taisetsu did not speak, Big Head would not have the strength to speak. It was just that the atmosphere in the car was too silent. By the way, Brother Zhe, have you heard? Along died inside. Big Head said abruptly, I heard that he died of illness. Whether it is true or not, it's hard to say. AI, in short, another person I know has passed away. Taisetsu was startled and looked at Big Head silently. After a while, his eyes were scattered on the road outside the window. He murmured, Is it? Even Along is gone. Then, I'm the only one left. Ah, Brother Zhe, what did you say? Big Head did not hear, clearly. Taisetsu shook his head, nothing. Can you drive faster? Why is your new car so slow? When will we reach the village? Big Head said helplessly, Brother Zhe, you don't know. Now the road is equipped with electronic eyes. It's not like before. When we enter the village road, I will speed up immediately. AI, times have changed. As Big Head spoke, he turned on the car's stereo. Old songs. Wan Chai has always been big. I play with the sun. Hong Xing is in charge of the area. Bo Lu Chicken Do and Jia are all watching the sun. Tua Di Supreme Realm. In terms of background, the most powerful. In terms of friends, I won't admit defeat. Saber Light and Sword Shadow, let me break into the club to show my skills. With one heart, I won't be shocked even if I die. Let my blood flow, Saber Light and Sword Shadow.